Good evening. I apologize for the delay, but here we are, ready to start at 6:10 on February 25th, 2026, Pajaro Valley Unified School District Board. We'll start with a welcome. Welcome to PVUSD meeting. We do have translation in Spanish. If you need that support, please see Leticia Centenario right over there. Necesitan ayuda con traducción, llamar con Leticia ahí. This meeting will be live streamed and recorded. Speakers must complete separate cards for each item they want to speak on prior. And you can hand those to Ms. Renteria at the far end. Cards should be handed in. Visitor non-agenda item is for items related to the district, but that are not on the agenda. Students are encouraged to complete the peach-colored cards, which will be prioritized. Please stay on topic and complete your comments within the allowed time. The number of minutes per speaker will vary depending upon the number of cards received for an item, typically 1 or 2 minutes per person. Our policy limits are 30 minutes per item. Sometimes the board does extend that. In order for the board to conduct its necessary business, we need attendees to refrain from shouting out and carrying on conversations. We want to hear you, but we can't hear the person at the podium if people are shouting out and carrying on other conversations. If there are disturbances, I will provide a warning, and if it continues, we will recess. We may also have the disruptors removed from the meeting. We could potentially clear the room. I've done that twice. I really don't like doing that, but we do have to take care of our business. All right, that leads us to Pledge of Allegiance. Trustee Flores, can I ask you to lead us?
Ready, salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
That brings us to 3.3, Governing Board Comments, Reports on Standing Committee Meetings. This is the opportunity for each board member to take a few moments. Trustee Flores will set a clock for 3 minutes per trustee. And I'd like to start with you, please, Ms. Flores.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone, and I'll defer my comments for tonight.
And that leads us to Trustee Navarro. Sorry.
I just wanted to say that I had a really great listening session with Trustee Turley and Trustee Dodge at Radcliffe. I really enjoyed meeting some of the teachers, parents, and the principals at that site. We started talking about a very necessary speed bump, and so I'm working with some of the parents on that. And the parking situation is atrocious, so if there's any parents out there from Radcliffe, I feel for you. Other than that, I'll defer my board comments. Thank you.
Trustee Flynn.
Happy Black History Month, everybody. I am somebody. These are the call and response words from a poem often spoken by the Reverend Jesse Jackson. It was used as a part of, according to Wikipedia, as a part of Push Excel, a program designed to motivate Black students. You can see him recite this on an episode of Sesame Street, which aired in 1972. While I wasn't alive yet, this Push Excel poem and movement would have profound impact on the importance of positive self-talk, a positive learning environment, and a positive self-esteem for improving outcomes in children. Loved and disliked by many, Reverend Jesse Jackson was a true activist with ties to Watsonville. Visiting while campaigning for president, and again to march in solidarity with the canning employees during the historical Watsonville cannery strikes, which he referred to as Selma, the Selma of the 1980s. I share this not only to honor his life during Black History Month, but to highlight the connection to Watsonville and how closely our collective liberation is. May he rest in power.
Thank you, Trustee Flynn. Trustee Salinas Holtz.
Thank you, President Turley. Good evening, everyone. My comments are pretty short today, but yesterday I met with the Inter-High Committee, which is made up of ASB students from all the different high schools, and I was able to hear updates from Watsonville High, Pajaro Valley High, Renaissance, and Diamond Tech. So I'm going to give a brief summary of those. So Watsonville High just announced their prom theme, which is Starry Night, and is now getting ready. And now they are getting ready for a Lucky Charms Food Day sale on St. Patrick's Day in March. Open house is also coming up in early March for Watsonville High. PV is also prepping for their prom and their grad night, which is a trip to Disneyland. PV also has a new Grizzly mascot who was introduced during a cheer, folklorico, and band performance last Friday. Renaissance's basketball team is undefeated, and student leadership is planning a field trip to visit UCSC, as well as a March Madness Spirit Week. In line with the upcoming field trip, Renaissance is looking to expand field trips to the whole school rather than just the leadership groups. And last but not least, Diamond Tech is looking forward to events surrounding St. Patrick's Day in March and is also starting up soccer, which is their most popular sport. I should also add that a number of these schools have had winter sports teams that have, and athletes who have either advanced to the final rounds in CCS or the state meet, so I would like to congratulate all of them. And now, some other things. Last week, I attended my first CTE advisory committee the year, where I learned about the different CTE programs our district has for high schoolers. Specifically, I chose to be part of the learn about health-related ones. We discussed the needs of students in our district and how we can improve CTE programs to better prepare students to enter these fields in the future. And one last thing, I also have been attending PVSD's Equity and Inclusion Committee meetings this year and would like to extend the invitation to join the committee to all students, as we are currently a little short on student voices. That is it. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Carrasco?
I'm going to be quick. So I'm excited because tomorrow I'm planning on attending Freedom Elementary School's Family Art Night, so I will be there tomorrow. I will also be attending the family conference this Saturday. If you see me, come say hi if you'd like to talk. And I just want to say good luck to Aptos girls soccer tonight. I hope you win.
Trustee Dodge Jr.?
Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. Just briefly, a lot of things going on at Watsonville High School. The boys soccer team is playing tonight for CCS championship against Homestead. The girls also too are playing. I'm not sure where they're playing at because I know it was waiting on seating. Last week in the wrestling tournament at Watsonville High School, the girls basketball team playing as well. So a lot of good things come out of Watsonville High, so thank you to the administrators over there. Also, too, thank you, Trustee Navarro and President Turley for attending. We had a great workshop at Radcliffe Elementary School, and I'd like to thank you guys because you got to see and hear the people, who are angry, frustrated, sad about what's going on in our district, and so I'm glad you guys were there to able to hear what's going on with that. And just, I know this might be a little bit controversial, but, I know we have to take a stance in our community sometimes. And I just wanted to publicly say no to the battery storage project in Pinot Lake. That project, it's in an area where a lot of hardworking Mexican-American people, other types of people who live there, and that's something that shouldn't be there. As we've seen in other areas, to put it there is not a great idea, and also too that they also are considering an area near Aptos, and I think that's something we shouldn't allow, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Trustee Medina?
Yeah, good evening, staff, labor partners, families, and students. Over the past few days, messages from constituents landed in my inbox with a clear theme: fear of losing the adults who keep campuses steady, safe, and ready for learning. Here is the point in plain language. When we cut student support, the needs do not disappear. The need shifts. They land in classrooms, in the front office, in counseling offices, and during student supervision across campus. The work moves to fewer people, response time slows, and students feel the impact. Families and educators describe academic coordinators as the daily backbone when a principal is pulled into off-site meetings, when supervision coverage falls short, when behavior escalates, and when families need a consistent point of contact for IEP meetings. If we remove that role, the work still exists. The load shifts onto teachers, aides, and office staff who already carry full schedules. The result is less follow-through, weaker routines, and more time spent reacting instead of teaching. Mental health staff raised another alarm. Students already sit without assigned therapy. Warm handoffs are limited. People hear uncertainty tied to outside partners and MOUs. If services move away from the district staff, families deserve clear answers in writing. Who provides services, when services start, and who responds on campus during a crisis? I need also to name what we are hearing at Watsonville High School right now. Counselors are asking for help because the site is short one counselor. That is the current reality. If we cannot meet the need today, what happens after more cuts? Fewer counselors mean larger caseloads, longer wait times, and less time for prevention and support. Students also come to us saying they need more help with college. They need guidance on applications, financial aid, deadlines, and planning. When counselors get overloaded, students lose access. When students lose access, outcomes drop. These messages deserve answers, and I expect the district to come back in open session and address these concerns directly with clear timelines, clear accountability, and plain answers families can understand. Our community should not have to guess what will happen to student safety and student support when the adult students rely on are being cut. Thank you, and I look forward to our meeting.
I'll keep my comments short. I'd like to express appreciation for the people who have attended the listening sessions, including the pre-board meeting Mondays that Trustee Flynn and I have started doing. We'll continue that into March, so the Monday prior to the two March board meetings, we will be online from 7 until 8 o'clock at night. Okay, I'll be looking for somebody else to meet with me on the first one. Trustee Flynn will be unavailable. I would like to acknowledge a letter that was received from a community member, Mr. Bill Beecher. I acknowledge receipt of your letter and acknowledge how you felt about the way you were treated by a trustee or trustees. I acknowledge your feelings. Thank you. And on to 3.4, superintendent comments. Oh, you know what I didn't do is public comment on that, but typically there, do we have a card? Do we have a card on 3.3 or 3.4? Okay. All right, so that moves us on to 3.4, superintendent comments.
Well, I would like to acknowledge Claudia Manjares. This is her last board meeting with PVUSD this evening. And Claudia, we had a beautiful bouquet of flowers for you, and they got left behind. But I do want to say that I have had the pleasure of working with you for the last 2 years, and you have been a wonderful colleague to work with, incredibly helpful in my onboarding process here. I'm really glad that you're going just down the road to Live Oak, and we will definitely be bothering you plenty. And I know there's many people in the room who really appreciate your service to PVUSD for many, many years. And so with that, I just want to honor you.
That brings us to 4.1, approval of agenda. Are there any public comments for this item? She's calling.
Takashi Mizuno, Bill Beecher, and Chris Webb.
She's going to finish calling.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. I have Takashi Mizuno, I have Bill Beecher, and Chris Webb.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm Takashi. Good evening, konbanwa. And I'd like to propose to move action item 8.5, recognition of Black History Month to up to action item 1, from 5 to 1. Yeah.
Good evening, Bill Beecher. You may have noticed that there's been a change in the agenda that's published. When I went online, I discovered there is no short agenda available for the public. There used to be one. The present one, the shortest one, is 57 pages long. That's a little long. I would like you to add back your short agenda into your agenda announcements. Thank you.
Good evening. I wanted to reiterate a request that I be on the agenda setting committee. I say this partly because at the, the last meeting, right, it was just so problematic. It was like, I knew it was not going to be good, right? It's like a teacher comes in with a bad plan and the class is disruptive. That's the teacher's fault, not the students. And like on that note, on the January 14th meeting at the 6-hour, 4-minute mark, Trustee Medina, you made a comment that you had to fight Greg to get ICE resolutions on the agenda. So this is highly problematic. This is not the first time we've had documented on public record that a private outside entity is informing our agendas, and then now they seem to be superseding the authority of an elected trustee. So this is highly problematic to me. I feel like I have more cause to be on that committee than Greg. And then also getting back to the last meeting, thinking about it like a teacher. Like if you were the teacher, Trustee Turley, you cleared the room, and like you kind of said, it wasn't everybody. So if I was a teacher, you're on 2.7 here. You guys are, we have actions on related to certificated personnel. We got people being re-elected this year. Or resigning. But like if I was the kind of teacher who cleared out the room because of 1 or 2 students, I wouldn't be surprised if you non-reelected me. And I feel like I'd maybe have it coming. So like, that was really inappropriate. You don't do collective punishments. And it's the same way if you were the leader of a government and you said, hey, this community, a couple terrorists came in, and then you cut food and water to the whole community, that'd be a war crime. Like, let's be consistent. Values, we need to be consistent, be fair, be equitable. Let that color the entire meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion relative to the agenda?
Yes. I make a motion to move 8.5 to 8.1.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, that
Trustee-
looked like 7?
Never mind. I was going to do a substitute motion to add something else, but since that's already approved, we have to move on, correct?
Right,
Okay.
thank you. 5.1, action report on closed session. Are there any items to report from closed session?
Point of order, Trustee Turley, did we actually vote to approve the agenda? Because all I heard us vote was to move 8.5 to 8.1.
Oh, my assumption was that your motion was to approve the agenda with that.
Sorry, do I need to repeat that?
Let's repeat it just for clarity.
Does that give Trustee Medina room to say something then?
You can make your motion and I'll do the substitute.
Okay. I make a motion to approve the agenda, but with 5.8 moving to the top. 8.5
To 8.1.
to 8.1.
A second?
I second.
Okay.
And then I'd like to propose a substitute motion that with those changes that we also, I had a request that CSEA moves up before PVFT on the agenda. It was requested. I think they have somewhere to be. So if we could also make that change. Oh, that is going to be on our employee organization. So just swapping 7.1 and 7.2.
Anybody want to second that?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That looked unanimous to me. Okay, actions, report on closed session. No cards? Okay.
I see no cards. So 2.1, I make a motion to approve the disciplinary action as recommended by the administration.
I'll second that. All those in favor signify by saying aye. I think we might have to take roll. Would you do that for us, please, Ms. Renteria?
Trustee, is it on? Trustee Flores, your vote?
Yes.
Trustee Medina, your vote?
Can you repeat what we're voting on? Student discipline? I'm going to abstain.
Trustee Navarro, your vote?
Yes.
Trustee Carrasco, your vote?
Yes.
Trustee Dodge, your vote?
I abstained because I was absent.
Vice President Flynn, your vote? And
Yes.
President Turley, your vote?
Yes. Okay, so that was passed 5-0-0. And we don't have anything for 2.2, 2.3, or 2.5, or 2.5, 2.4, or 2.5. That brings us to 2.6. That's you.
The board adopted Resolution 25-26-23 pursuant to Education Code Section 44951 to release and reassign certificated administrators and authorize the district superintendent on her designee to notify those employees of their release and reassignment by a vote of 5-0-0-2, with Medina and Dodge being absent.
I second, oh wait, that's already passed.
It's already
Okay.
done.
So you just need to go on to the next one, which is 2.7.
2.7. The board adopted Resolution 25-26-24 pursuant of Education Code Section 44929.21 to non-reelect one probationary certificated employee and authorize the district's superintendent on her designee to notify that employee of their non-reelection by a vote of 5-0-0-2, with Medina and Dodge with trustees Medina and Dodge being absent.
Thank you. That moves us on to 6.1, public comment.
That's
before consent. That's before consent. Yeah, thank you. Visitor non-agenda, 6.1, public comment. This is an opportunity for members of the public to address issues that are not on our agenda for this evening, but that fall under the jurisdiction of the board. Please know that though the Brown Act prohibits the board from engaging in discussions of non-agendized items, we are listening. Do we have any public comment cards? For six.
Yes, we do.
How many do we have?
A lot.
How many do we have?
A lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, I think. I can count.
We have 22 cards. What is the pleasure of the board? 1 minute per person or 2 and we extend the time beyond 30 minutes?
Well, I say 1:30 is what we've been negotiating.
Would you like to make that motion?
I make a motion to have it be 1 minute, 30 seconds and extending over 30 minutes if need be.
I'll second that. All those in
Trustee
favor?
Charlie?
Yes.
I'd like to make a substitute motion to keep it at the 2-minute mark.
Is there a second? Okay, that fails for lack of a second. So we're back to voting on the original. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
You can share your time if you don't use it.
I think that was 7-0, right?
No, I abstain.
Okay, so it's 7-0-1-0. Would you like to call the first 10 cards? Typically, we call 10 cards at a time, so not everybody has to stand up, and then we'll call the next group.
Forgive me, I have 5 students, but I'm Eddie, Ricardo, Melina Lopez, Maximiliano, Everardo. I'm going to start just with the students.
I think there was a little bit of a noise in the room, and they didn't hear all of those cards.
There were 5. They're all 5 there.
Are they? Okay, thank you.
I just start.
You may begin.
Good afternoon, board. Just today, over 180 students at Pajaro Valley High School petitioned for you all to reverse the decision with layoffs and pursue alternative cost-saving measures that protect students and doesn't prioritize administrative growth. Elementary school teachers, special education staff, and counselors are the backbone of this district, not consultants or fancy shiny new things like TVs and new curriculum. As a district, we're underperforming and have a declining enrollment, and you're gonna cut the very spaces where students' initial academic nourishment happens. Cutting IAs and mental health counselors at the elementary school level is robbing the most vulnerable students of resources that they need, and also puts more stress and responsibilities on teachers. We shouldn't take the jobs or make the jobs harder of the people we put in front of kids. Why are you making the people who aren't in front of kids the top financial priority and empowering them to make the decision for our classrooms? They aren't the ones in the trenches and they don't know what goes on in there. I understand that additional support staff positions were established with one-time COVID money, but just because that money isn't there doesn't mean they're not valuable. The district owes families a transparent budget, including the budget analysis, show us where the money is going and the data that justifies those investments. School districts all over the country are facing the same struggles, and when staff strikes, money is somehow found. You have an opportunity to put families first and keep the peace amongst staff. All it would require of you is to make some different financial choices and be more transparent about where money goes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Go ahead. Oh, is it on?
Okay, thank you. Just to piggyback off what you said, I'm Ricardo. I'm a member of Opportunities for Action at Pajaro Valley. I really like to echo what Eddie Broto said, is that we have tons of money in this district to spend on consultants, yet that is not being communicated to the parents, that's not being communicated to the students, and we are cutting from the very people who make this district sustainable in the first place. Like, we have a very top-heavy district where we have an insane amount of administrative positions and not enough people who are actually on the ground helping students and helping families during these times. We are underperforming, like he said, in many fields, and we are not doing enough to actually serve the students or serve the teachers. So you have to be frank with us, where is all this money going? Because when strikes happen, districts all of a sudden find the money. So you have to tell us, where is this money going as of now so that it doesn't get to this point? Thank you.
I need to make an announcement first. We need to let the public speakers speak. If we're talking at the same time, we can't hear them. We also need to open up the exits. If you're standing in the vestibule or blocking the way to get out, you need to either move to the sides or up front, there's some seats.
Good evening, board. My name is Melina. I'm a student at Watsonville High. I agree with everything that they've had to say. So far this year, I don't have a counselor. I have no one to go to for when I have any questions about college applications, any of the processes, FAFSA, any of that. So I can't even go to any of the other counselors because they're overworked, they're overwhelmed. They have other students asking questions. Now, originally, I wasn't gonna talk about any of this. I came to introduce this zine. It's called Open Mic. I try to produce it every 2 months. I provide a prompt, I answer the prompt, and then I open it up to public comment. So far, I've released 3 volumes. 11 students have written in past editions, and I started this project because I've noticed that a lot of people have really important opinions that should be said, but they don't have any way to put that into day-to-day conversations. And so with this, they get to push their opinions to like so many people in just 1 paragraph, or 2 paragraphs, and articles, anything like that. So yeah, this just provides an outlet for them. So I just came to introduce it. I'll pass them around.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Everardo Gomez. I go to HA High. I'm a 3rd grade, and I just want to say, if your kids are sick and if there is no health care providers, who will take care of your kid? Other staff doesn't know anything about guiding the right care to your kids. So please do not take away our health care providers and staff members. Mean a lot to us. Please, no cuts.
Will you call the next group, please?
Eddie spoke, right? Ricardo, Maximiliano, I called your name. You did, I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, I didn't hear. Good evening, board. My name is Maximiliano Barasa, and I'm also a student at PV High, and I'm an Opportunities for Action member. Now that you're all covering the layoffs again, I implore you to actually listen and do what the community is asking you to do. Any cuts should always start at the top, not from teachers and not from classified staff who actually work with students. As a student, I can confirm how important my teachers are to me and to my academic success. Not only are my teachers great and help me enjoy school, but I need my teachers so that I can obtain the tools I will need, not just for college, but for the rest of my life. As a student, I can confirm how important the counselors are to my success, both academic and social-emotional. I've only been able to manage my academics because of the tremendous aid from my academic counselor, and the social emotional counselors have helped many of the students I've talked to on campus when they've had a hard time. Losing them would be a big hit to my school's culture, and I imagine it would be the same everywhere else. The janitors, lunch workers, and other classified staff also tremendously help us as students. They maintain and help our schools run as needed. It would be catastrophic to everyone to lose them. Please do the bare minimum and listen to your employees. If I, a student, can see everything that they provide and how these cuts would impact all of us, why can't you? Please reconsider these cuts. Otherwise, what are you all here for?
Thank you.
Ms. Macedo, Mads Rialmuto, Dawn Brown, Diane Dutton-Jones, Nina Adino, Bill Beecher, Chris Webb, Takashi Mizuno, Emily Halbig, Gabriel Barrazas, Angela West, Rachel Hitchcock, I'm just reading them all, Bobby Machusalt, Donna Lefevre, Kristen, is it Curiel? Jessica Snarkey, and Gregory Adino.
Good evening, Delilah Macedo. So I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the resignation of our Assistant Superintendent, Claudia. She has been a dedicated part of the PVUSD community for over 20 years, and her decision to leave speaks volumes. Your service to the community has not gone unnoticed. Thank you for your years of hard work, your leadership, and commitment to our students and staff. Best of luck to your future endeavors, and I hope that one day there may be an opportunity for you to return and continue your important work here. So I am a parent of a special education student, and I urge you to rescind layoffs. While I understand the district is using formulas to determine staffing ratios, these formulas do not account for the unique behaviors and mental health needs of our students. Although enrollment is declining, the number of special education students is not, and their needs are only growing. As an employee, I also urge you to consider these layoffs. Reconsider these layoffs. The district seems focused on cutting from the classroom while adding more administrative positions like 4 assistant directors that are currently being advertised for SELPA. Obviously, there's a need in SELPA. If enrollment is down, why are we expanding at the top instead of supporting those who are working directly with students? Support students, support our staff, rescind the layoffs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening again. I am asking the school district and not the board to file a criminal complaint against citizen Medina for trespassing and for child endangerment a month ago at PV High. He did not ask beforehand if he could assist in the student walkout. He did not register with the school office. He refused to leave the campus when asked. He encouraged students to leave campus and march into town. He did not get a permit to have a march. He did not get liability insurance in case something happened to those children off campus. He does not admit that he was wrong, and he has not apologized to Principal Wilson. The bylaws call for a 30-day block. They should be imposed now. Filing a police report is also part of the bylaws. His arrogance is why I ask you to take these steps. What kind of example is he setting for our students? Is it all right to break the law? No. He acts like the rules apply to everyone else, but not to him. If you will not take action, then I will, but it carries more weight if it comes from you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Point of order.
Boy, that's a tough act to follow.
I'm sorry, we have a point of order. Trustee Flores?
I'd like you to remind the community to remain respectful even when they are in disagreement with the speaker. They need to remain respectful. They are setting an example for our students right now as well.
We
Point of
can't
order.
have people leave the room again.
Point of
We'll
order.
try to do it individually. Just a second, Trustee Medina. But we can clear the room again if we have to. I don't like doing that. Please be respectful of the speaker. We have another point of order, I think.
I was going to say something, but Olivia did it herself. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, you're up.
Superintendent Contreras, members of the board, members of PVFT, members of the community. I'm here to talk about how disappointed I am. My name's Don Brown. I was a teacher here for 39 years. I just retired. I'm enjoying retirement. But what I'm seeing happening and reading in the papers with the way you're treating and responding to things happening here, have any of you ever been the bad boy or the bad girl in the classroom? You know, what happens when you develop that relationship with the teacher? And that kind of power dynamic is happening here right now. And I don't think it's a healthy one for our community. I believe in representative democracy. And I think we need to, establish some rules where there isn't the power tripping going on, but it's more of a democratic response and solution to what's going on. And that's why I'm here, because there's always been this ritualistic begging going on when always the budget come down. And I understand that we're a district classified as a rural district, which means we don't get the same funding formula that urban districts do. Why don't we work together, maybe hire a lobbyist? The union's got a damn good lawyer, damn good lobbyists in Sacramento, and I know we'd love to work with you to get this district reclassified so everybody can rise up a little bit higher. Let's work together on this, hey?
Thank you.
I'm Takashi. The election season has just started. It reminds me of the PBUSD trust election in 2024. PBFT organized a public candidates forum online. Mr. Gabriel Medina was one of the candidates. What he said about two other candidates made them feel insulted. I learned after the forum that two people who were in charge of the forum talked to him, and he told them that he would refrain from doing similar things again. I think with that condition, PBFT Political Action Committee endorsed him. That was one of the reasons why I decided to join the latter half of his election campaign. However, has he honored what he told PBFT to get its endorsement? Ms. Jennifer Im, former Chief Business Officer, left PBESD last June because his disrespectful treatment of her. Ms. Claudia Monjaras, Assistant Superintendent, is going to leave PBUSD soon after she has served to PBUSD for many years because of his disrespectful treatment of PBUSD staff. I believe that he's morally and ethically responsible for the negative impacts caused by his actions as an elected official.
Thank you.
Yeah, I said to you more than 1 year ago, I challenged him.
That's your
I
time.
challenged you in public.
That's your
Right?
time. Thank you.
Good evening, Mads Romuto, parent. I appreciate the hard work that you all do, everyone in this room and those that are not with us today. It's unfortunate that you continue to not address the elephant in the room, school consolidation. Based on capacity and enrollment rates, I think it's pretty clear that at least 5 schools need to close, if not more. And there's at least $5 million a year in savings for our unrestricted funds by doing so. How is that not the priority? How is that not important enough to have on the agenda tonight or 6 months ago before all these other things? San Jose Unified formed the Schools of Tomorrow Advisory Committee to identify characteristics of an ideal elementary school on September 11th. On November 20th, the board formed a committee to implement their recommendations. On March 12th, the board will be asked to vote, and they're expected to be asked to approve the closure of up to 10 schools. That's pretty fast work. we need to act with the same level of urgency. We can't be working on good schools 5 years from now. Our kids need good schools now. So please act with urgency. I appreciate how hard this is, but I need you to act faster, and we're here to help.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Diane Dutton, and tonight I'm going to be speaking about another burden on the Pajaro Valley School District. We're reaching out tonight as concerned citizens and residents about the proposed industrial scale 200 megawatt lithium battery energy storage facility, BESS, planned for 90 Minto Road in Watsonville, only several hundred feet away from dense residential neighborhoods and very near our schools. 9 schools are within a 2-mile radius of the BESS. These are Amesty School, Alianza Charter, Watsonville Charter School of the Arts, Lakeview Middle School, Pacific Coast Charter School, McQuitty Elementary, and EA Hall Middle School. Amesty Elementary is only just over a half a mile away from the site. The recent Moss Landing Vista BESS fire showed us exactly what can go wrong when lithium facilities burn, including fires that cannot be extinguished by firefighters and which are left to burn themselves out for many hours and even days, delayed evacuations, toxic air, the chaos that ensues, and unknown long-term health impacts. Given this, we find it deeply concerning that similar project is being proposed so close to our schools and homes. We're also concerned that the developer of the proposed project is disseminating a narrative that claims that this proposed project will never have a worst-case scenario fire, like the one that happened at Moss Landing. New Leaf Energy claims that the containerized second generation are safe. We don't believe so.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Gregory Audino. I'm a member, live in Pajaro Valley Unified School District. We're up Amesty Road. I'm continuing with what Diane was saying. This issue raises critical questions about the district's responsibility to our children. Schools have a legal and moral obligation to provide a safe environment for every student. That means being proactive, not reactive. We believe the district should be asking hard questions of our community leaders on behalf and demanding answers. What are the emergency protocols when something goes wrong? Who is coordinating with local fire and emergency services? Why does the current draft BESS zoning and regulatory ordinance, which is being consigned by the county to a truncated environmental review process, omit the requirement for large-scale fire testing? Why does the draft BESS ordinance fail to link setbacks to a plume study that is based on a worst-case scenario when all or most of the 200 to 300 BESS containers in this giant 10 to 12 football field size facility burn? Why does it fail to link setbacks to where this plume study would determine the safest acute exposure guideline level of one would begin? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, board, staff. As a retired teacher, thank you very much, and members of the public. I'm going to go back to what the previous 2 readers didn't say. The developer is claiming that containerized LFP BESS are safe, yet there have been 13 containerized LFP BESS fires since 2019, documented by the industry themselves. History has shown us that BESS fires that involve even just one container have resulted in a 2-mile emergency evacuation zone where the 9 schools are. The county evacuation site in the fairgrounds is within that 2-mile radius, and yet New Leaf Energy has yet to complete a traffic study in which safety is addressed. When something goes wrong, what's the plan to keep students safe and away from danger? Does PVUSD have an emergency or evacuation plan specifically for an event like this? How many students would be impacted, and how quickly would parents be notified? We need to know that these questions are being asked now, not after the fact. We're also concerned that most parents, we think, may have no idea this is even being proposed. We imagine if they did, they'd have the same concerns we do. Our kids deserve to have the adults in their lives who make decisions that will be in their best interest and that will ensure their safety and well-being is protected. We hope you'll take an active role in this and help facilitate a transparent process that includes our community's concerns and voices.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm a parent of 3 kids at PVUSD, the youngest of which is in kindergarten and will suffer the most long-term effects of these cuts you're making. Yesterday on campus, a student went into anaphylaxis and had to be transported by ambulance to the hospital. Our academic coordinator was out, and our principal had to leave campus to follow that child to the hospital. Meanwhile, multiple disciplinary cases were sitting in the office and had to be sent back to their classrooms because there was no one left to handle them. If we don't have a nurse, who would have handled this medical emergency until the paramedics arrived? What happens when our lone principal is off-site or out sick? We wouldn't have been properly staffed to respond. The consequences could have been catastrophic, and this isn't theoretical. This happened yesterday. With these cuts, teachers are expected to manage up to 35 students without instructional aides, without support staff, without a place to send students who are disrupting the learning of the entire class. You're asking them to teach, triage behavior, manage crises, and somehow still raise test scores. This is not a plan. This is abandonment. Our teachers are here tonight. They're professionals on the front line, and you're not listening to them. Ignoring the expertise of our educators about what their schools need is equivalent to the President of the United States ignoring doctors and the CDC during a public health crisis and insisting that they know better than the people who have dedicated their lives to this profession.
Thank you.
I have more.
Good evening. My name is Rachel Hitchcock, and I'm here today to tell you how amazing my Amesti school principal is, Carlos Moran. He is friendly and welcoming to all staff, students, and families. He's ready to listen and support any way he can. He's responsive and works to make sure every day runs smoothly. He subs for absent teachers every single week. Carlos can be this fantastic leader because he has an incredible academic coordinator at his side named Marina Maldonado. She and Carlos are an extremely effective team. She manages all the numerous district assessments that happen throughout each quarter, including GATE, Avanza, Boost, SWAN, WIN, and LPAC. She keeps teachers on track, and when students are absent, she ensures they complete all those assessments they missed. She gathers and synthesizes this data so that teachers can differentiate their instruction. She also manages and supports teachers with the federal testing that all 2nd through 5th graders must complete each spring, which takes 3 to 4 solid weeks. Marina is the creator and manager of our master schedule. This includes science, art, music, garden, makerspace, library, ELD, WIN. We have a unique schedule for 4, 3, and 2-day weeks. She manages and supports curriculum for every single teacher for every single subject. She subs. She constantly supports teachers who are not, who are not ready to be in the classroom or with disciplinary needs. The RISE program is housed at Amesti, so those two spend every single day supporting students who are attempting to elope or are dysregulated. She attends the IEP meetings every day because she is legally bound. Why would you take her away from us?
Thank you.
Following the January 14th meeting, it came to my attention that the faux news channel, they spell it FOX, but really the people with intelligence know it's faux, F-A-U-X. I saw that they attacked you, Trustee Flynn, and I just wanted to say, regardless, first off, I saw their little 10-minute video, and it seems like that Greg from the Gutter Guy, his show, he seems pretty racist to me. I noticed in that 10-minute span, he had nothing but negative things to say about black people. And also, it's just ridiculous that anyone would attack your intelligence for expressing caring, because that's what you were doing when you responded to that student achievement presentation on that day. And you're right, and I like that you're trying to make things better. And you're trying to say that the state is not the standard, that we can do better. And I think we can, and I think your message is very important because we're at a time now where certain people are here trying to say like, hey, let's reduce class sizes to state average. Let's lower the quality of what we're doing. I'd say let's not. Let's be all the best PVUSD we can be. So that's one thing. Additionally, in this bad budgeting, I've been blocked from my school supplies. I wanted to get some books that you'd probably appreciate it. Black Like Me, Between the World and Me, How to Be an Anti-Racist. I wanted stuff that all my students would respond to, and because I won't use Amazon, I can't get them. And then also, I want to say, Claudia, I'm so glad you're here. Really, I think we can improve student outcomes by you and Contreras. Switch jobs. We love you. Thank you so much.
First off, 11 minutes. 11 minutes is the maximum you save by reducing our time. So I hope that was worth it. On a brighter note, I do love to come when I can, and a different note, and brag about my students. I don't mean to do it in front of a full house. It just keeps happening when you're trying to do layoffs. I got the privilege with some of my colleagues of taking a group of 6th, 7th, and 8th graders to Southern California this past weekend for the California Junior Thespian Festival, where they did lots of learning and came away for the second year row with the top award of the judge's choice for their group number, as well as a duet. We have talented, amazing students in our district. They're doing great things. So wanted to brag about them. I am grateful for a very supportive admin. I'm grateful for the support you've offered as well, and a little disappointed that there was some lack of support too. And I really want to work with our cabinet to provide amazing opportunities for our students. And it feels like we're not doing that. So please, I hope in the future we can. It seems like we are a school of your district when it comes to micromanaging our Prop 28 funds, however, not when it comes to offering training for our teachers. This came up last time. There's been some talk about money that we do not have, and my correspondence with the COE, locally funded dependent charters are schools of the district, and their students are students of the district. The Ed Code simply provides them with more autonomy over instructional programs. If district applied for a categorical funding source and includes students as part of total population, then the school should be included in the benefits of that funding. That's from the COE. I had more, but my 30 seconds, I don't get it. Bye.
Good evening, Board. Gabriel Barraza, Area 5. And Trustee Flynn was talking about Jesse Jackson, and we lost a true leader with his death. He came here in the 1980s to support the strike. I'm here today to support my brothers and sisters in labor with the classified and certificated staff. And he saw the fight with the cannery strikers as people struggling to make a living. Even at that time in this town, people were struggling to make a living. This is the story of Watsonville, the story of struggle and the story of pride and the story of hard work. Unfortunately, we live in a society that values profit over people. And to my great dismay, this district seems to be showing the same rot in applying numbers versus people, versus quality of life for our students. When you make a budget based on austerity, you're just propagating capitalism. You're propagating this idea that people are not important, that numbers are important, that people are not people, they're positions on some spreadsheet. You need to take a different approach. You need to see the humanity, and you need to value the people that you're affecting by your decisions.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jessica, and I'm very nervous to speak here tonight, but I feel compelled to do so. I'm here with my son, who is a student at Alianza Charter School. I recently found out about the proposed lithium battery storage facility planned for 90 Minto Road in Watsonville, right near our schools and neighborhoods, and I am deeply concerned. The recent Moss Landing battery storage facility fire showed us exactly what goes wrong with these type of facilities, including the delayed evacuations, toxic air, the chaos, and the unknown long-term impacts on people's health and the environment. Given that, I am at a loss why a similar project is being proposed in our community. The schools have a legal and moral obligation to provide a safe environment for each and every student, no matter where they reside in the district. The district should be asking hard questions of our community leaders. Do the schools have an evacuation plan specifically for an event like this? Who is coordinating with local fire and emergency services? Who keeps students safe and away from danger? How will we as parents be notified? What about the construction phase? Heavy trucks, noise, dust, and disruption right near where our kids learn and play every day. Has anyone looked at the impact this would have on our schools and the disruption it will cause? I suspect most parents don't even know this is happening. I hope that the district will take an active role before it is too late. I urge the board to take a stand on this and work with county supervisors to protect our children. There's a community meeting on Saturday at Pinto Lake Park.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, board members. My name is Kirsten Lynn Curiel. I'm here on behalf of Access and UCSC at Aptos High. I watched the meeting from last week, and I watched the review of the LCAP outlines and its budget. Some of those outlines include high-quality educational program, foster a collaborative, improvement-driven culture, provide training and coaching in high-quality curricular programs. Why then was Access cut? Our contract was not renewed. I have been trained in AVID, in Edgenuity to help with credit recovery after school, which we are open till 5 p.m. to help students also, which I've been trained, for attendance, clearing tardies so that they can go and access everything that they're supposed to as high school students. I was in Access myself in high school. I'm supported here with my freshman high school math teacher. And that is the support and quality care that our community gives. I woke up at 4:30 a.m. this morning to take a goddamn exam, and I went to work after that, and I stayed up to come here to beg you to listen why our community needs our Access program. Aptos High is the lowest funded comprehensive school, and this is hitting us the hardest. It's unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Donna Lefevre. I am a math teacher and a coach at Watsonville High School. So when you are removing staff, okay, just to start, when I came to this site, I already thought that it was under-resourced. I was alarmed at how under-resourced my students were. I'm a math teacher because I believe that math is kind of an inhibiting subject for people to access college. So I want to make it accessible, engaging, because I want my kids, I want our community, our young people to have opportunities to access higher education so that they can be strong contributing members of our democracy. I want to make it available for them, and it is, I'm drowning with the need, and it was already so under-resourced, and here you're cutting more. You're cutting more from the elementary school level, which is like, that's devastating, and what's gonna happen is they're going to try to support the teachers by putting more computers in front of our kids. And we are learning how devastating that is to their development. And the people who develop these programs and these computers, they don't send their kids to schools where their kids sit in front of a computer for 7 hours a day. We want technology to help our academics. We do not want it to be the only way they take in information. We want them to have relationships with adults so they build trusting relationships at school, and they actually want to be there, and they want to keep going, and they want to further their education. That is our goal, and that should be your goal. So to echo, what are you doing here? Vote for our kids.
Thank you.
Good evening. The resolution we are about to read reflects the collective voice of educators, families, and community members who are deeply concerned about the direction of our district. Whereas the PVUSD School Board has approved the layoff of 160 certificated and classified employees across our district, and whereas these layoffs include 12 reading intervention teachers who provide critical literacy support to our youngest and most vulnerable learners. And whereas the elimination of all mental health clinicians and 15 school counselors removes essential socio-emotional and crisis support for students and families. And whereas the reduction of 57 instructional assistants and behavior technicians, many of whom serve students in special education, directly impacts legally mandated services and daily student support. And whereas the layoff of 60 classroom teachers and 10 health assistants increases class sizes and reduces student access to academic and medical care. And whereas the elimination of academic coordinators at the elementary level undermines instructional leadership, long-term student achievement, and school safety. And whereas these reductions will have lasting consequences for students, families, educators, and the broader community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we stand united in opposition to these cuts and call upon the board to reverse these layoffs in order to protect the educational, emotional, and physical well-being of our students.
Thank you.
We present this petition as a collective voice demanding that our district put students first.
Thank you. We're taking a 5-minute recess. I call the meeting back to order. We still have some public speakers to 6.1, public comment.
One more, Marilyn Garrett. Oh, I'm presenting to an empty room.
Your mic's not.
Thank you. We need to be sure that schools are safe and healthy learning and working environments, free from pesticides, free from battery storage fires that contaminate the area, and free from microwave, cell tower, wireless technology. Last time I quoted Physicians for Safe Technology. I understand the cell tower issue also came up at your listening sessions. And I sent to you, with the help of my computer literate daughter, a document from Physicians for Safe Technology, cell tower radiation health effects, and also a letter from Superintendent Alan Pagano to the First Congregational Church. And I'll read it, it's short. It has recently come to our attention that a cell phone tower may be planned for installation on your site adjacent to Westlake Elementary School, located at 1000 High Street. And it says that it's incumbent upon the leaders of the school district to express our views regarding potential negative impacts. As a result, this will last since we are asking.
Thank you, Mrs. Garrett.
That decisions be put on hold.
Thank you, Mrs.
Till
Garrett. That's your
such
time.
towers are proven.
Thank you, Mrs. Garrett. Thank you.
Point of clarification, Trustee Turley.
Trustee Medina?
I understand that many of us received an email from a doctor who put some great amount of literature within our packet letting us know about the harms of these cell towers, and I just ask that those who voted yes reconsider. Thank you.
Any other comment cards? For
No.
6.1? Okay.
No more, but before we move on, I have I guess, point of clarification.
Okay, a point of clarification, Trustee Flynn.
So I'm hearing a lot about the Okay, I'm hearing a lot about the storage facility and a plan for, emergencies. If there were no storage facility, then would we need to have an emergency plan?
I believe we need, different things happen, so
yeah.
there are times
If we
when a
didn't
school needs to
have-
be evacuated, regardless of what the hazard is.
But specifically we wouldn't have to have a evacuation plan if a non-existent battery storage facility caught on fire.
Are you asking, like, if we need a plan, period, for any?
So if there was one in
evacuations?
existence?
Yep. Actually, we have staff who's already responded to say, I'll get that plan so the board could see it.
But.
Because it exists.
But if the facilities were never built, we wouldn't need to worry about having a plan for a fire. Is that correct?
So there are still citywide and countywide evacuation plans that exist for, in the event of like a citywide fire, natural disaster, all of those, for a specific like battery plant fire. Yeah.
Right, no, okay. So, and if we didn't want these battery storages to be built, we could talk to our county supervisors.
Correct. Correct.
Okay, and maybe go to one of their town halls.
Yeah, I
one
believe
tomorrow,
that counties,
and then, yeah.
like Saturday's meeting?
No,
Point of order.
Yes, Trustee Medina?
Yes, I remember when I was trying to ask the superintendent a question, you interfered and said that would be done in a BC. So I would like equal treatment amongst trustees if we're going to be having this conversation. And seeing how she just clearly answered Trustee Flynn's response, I expect that same respect from you to allow her to answer my questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Medina. Are you ready to wrap that up?
Yeah, I was trying to address something without addressing the community. Yeah, so they could go and talk to their county supervisor at a town hall tomorrow, or the one that's online.
Right.
Thank you. Is that?
Trustee Dodge Jr.?
Hopefully there's something the agenda committee could look into, discussion, that way we could keep moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is 7, employee organizations. I believe in our motion to adopt the agenda, we had switched so that 7.2 CSEA comes first. Is there someone here representing CSEA? Okay, I don't see anybody. Is there anyone here for 7.1 representing PVFT? Ah, okay.
We switch.
I'm so sorry. Okay, I'm so sorry. Alrighty, thank you for your patience. Good evening. My name is Ashley Yoro Flowers, President of CSCA Chapter 132. I stand before you tonight with respect for this board, deep commitment to our district, and unwavering belief that we can move forward stronger than we are today. Classified professionals and teachers are the foundation of PVUSD. Teachers deliver instruction. Classified employees ensure that instruction can happen safely, consistently, and with dignity. From mental health clinicians to health assistants, instructional assistants, behavior techs, bus drivers, custodians, to office professionals, these are the adults closest to students every single day. The recent approval of layoffs has shaken that foundation. Layoffs are not just financial adjustments. They are statements of priority. They communicate what we are willing to preserve and what we are willing to reduce. And at this time that we are reducing student-facing positions, we continue to expand our administrative layers, and we enter into outside contracts that cost significantly. That continues to happen to this day. When we lay off employees who serve students daily, while continuing to contract outside services that continue to perform within our existing workforce, our PVSD employees can perform this work. So it raises serious questions about fiscal alignment and long-term sustainability. Fiscal responsibility is not just about cutting positions, guys. It's about spending in alignment with our mission and our goal as PVUSD. If we are asking employees to absorb instability, then we must demonstrate discipline in every contract we approve and every dollar we spend. Our members are asking whether we are protecting the classroom first. We're not. We must also address the continued absence of the permanent director of classified personnel. The merit system and California Education Code exists to protect fairness, independence, and the integrity of classified services. Governance structure matters because trust depends on it. Trust is rebuilt through transparency. Trust is rebuilt through structural clarity. Trust is rebuilt through consistent priorities. We are entering labor management institute sessions, and we hope they become a turning point because we want partnership, we want solutions, and we want stability. Tonight, we respectfully ask this board to re-examine the impact of recent approval of layoffs on direct student services. Provide a clear public timeline for restoring the permanent director of classified position. Conduct transparent reviews of outside contracts and administrative growth within the lens of student impact and internal capacity. And then let us go to work. Let's work. Let's build a budget strategy that protects students first. Let's invest in the people who are already here, already trained, already committed to this community. We have roots. CSEA stands ready to collaborate. We stand in solidarity with our teacher colleagues, brothers, sisters, and siblings. We stand for our students. This board has the authority to realign. You have the authority and the opportunity to restore trust. The board has the responsibility to lead. Our students are watching. Our employees are watching. Our community is watching. Let us protect the classroom. Let us protect our integrity. Let us grow and be better tomorrow than we are today. And then let's get to work. Because I'm ready. We're ready. I look tired, but I'm not tired. I'm ready. I'm not tired of standing for students. I'm not tired of standing for classified employees. I'm not tired of being at board meetings, but I am tired of not being able to truly collaborate with the people that hold the keys to our kingdom. This is my home away from home. My members, they're calling for respect. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. And that leads us to 7.1 PVFT.
Sweet. Greetings to the board and superintendent. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I want to thank the members of the community for showing up and demanding that this district puts students first. So much of what's happening in these meetings is just wrong, and the people are not going to stand for it much longer. We must be able to have our disagreements civilly and then come together to ensure that we're getting business done on behalf of our students and community. The practice of clearing the room when there's a minor disruption needs to be halted. The way the board president is exercising this authority is concerning and exploitative. To capitalize on a minor disruption and punish the entire community is not leadership, it is cowardice. As educators, we do not punish our entire classroom when one student is off task because we know that undermines credibility. Carol, you have a lot of work to do to restore our trust, and we need to see some improvement. When you clear the room, you deny the public the opportunity to comment, and then you guys just rubber stamp consultant contracts from people from Contreras' former district now coming in and getting general fund money to do what exactly? You all need to do your jobs and actually hold people accountable, and clearing the room needs to stop. The event we're hosting next door is intended to give the community a space to come together and make progress in the areas that we can agree on, such as extending the millionaire's tax beyond 2030 and ensuring that money goes to public education, or by drafting letters to send to our elected officials demanding funding reform. If you're like the majority of us who are fed up with the way these meetings are going, I encourage you to come next door. We have the meeting streaming, we have pizza, we have drinks, and I would challenge the school board to keep an overflow room open for every single future meeting, because that'll help. If someone's in here causing a disruption, you can have a buffer zone to move them to. And anytime you clear the room, everybody who gets kicked out loses what happens in the meeting. We lose a 20-minute portion when we're trying to get back in, and we have no other option but to pull out our phone and stream it. It really needs to stop. Unfortunately, these meetings aren't the only area where our district is struggling. Across our entire district, student supports are being dismantled. Students and staff are struggling, and it will only get worse with the impending layoffs and the elimination of the academic coordinator position. This dismantling is actually already taking place. On March 7th, the district will phase out or eliminate 18 classified positions that are currently filled by agency hires. These positions are actively supporting students and staff, and they should not be eliminated. If they are, they should be eliminated along with the layoff timeline at the end of the year and not just ripped right now. This district has refused to fly positions and vacancies all year long, particularly when it comes to our counseling positions. And now we're on the precipice of losing 40% of our counseling staff and every mental health clinician that we have. Our students and community cannot afford for these cuts to go through. When you approve the cuts, you did it under the guise that approving it in December would give the district advanced notice to get those pink slips out before the March 15th deadline. Here we are in the final week of February, and those pink slips haven't been delivered. We haven't seen the list. So all that was just kind of a big old lie. There's still time for the board to act. You still have time to demand that the district rescind the layoffs. We're still making progress on the number of employees that we need to trigger the SERP, but we do have work to do. We will see historic per pupil funding for next year in California, and we should be looking at the process of closing schools. We need to take a measured approach and not just swiftly eliminate these 160 positions. I do commend the district for updating the board policies on immigration enforcement, but I still stand by what I said a few meetings ago, that we need to do more. Updating a policy is great, but how does that keep us safer if people haven't been trained? I think where our disconnect is the district feels like they've trained people because they've sent out slides and they've made information available, but there's a difference between being informed and being trained. And there's so many useless trainings we do about don't use pesticides in your classroom. They're Keenan trainings, they're awful. Don't turn immigration policy into a Keenan training, but let's maybe do something there. And I just want you all to know that we are going to keep organizing, and we are going to keep building stronger and stronger collective actions like the one that you saw tonight. And we're not going to relent until you put students first. Look up and down the state. You can read the room in education of what's happening with districts declaring impasse, unions declaring impasse. And I really do want to call out, because my time is running out, the fact that you guys couldn't stay while people walked to this podium and delivered a petition. That's so shameful. You can't even handle that little bit of the community coming up here and dropping off a petition. You should be ashamed.
Thank you. Next up, we have 7.3 CWA.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Dr. Contreras and the community that left and watching on the live stream and cabinet over there. I'm Mike Floor. I am a steward and a e-board member representing CWA Local 9423. The shop is in San Jose. And when I came to my first board meeting 2.5 years ago, going on that now, it was for a pay discrepancy. And it's turned into almost half my days, besides working all day, is devoted to union stuff. I have a role as a steward, and I have commitments for that. I have a role as an e-board member, similar to you all, and I have commitments to that. That's why I haven't been at the last 2 board meetings, because they've had meetings on the same exact night. The ones in San Jose I'm expected to go to. Some are Zooms. It's an interesting dynamic. The local up there represents Bakersfield, Fresno, Merced, Modesto, all the way over to South Bay and San Jose. The main thing is San Jose. Most of our members are AT&T, but there's a wide range of different employee bodies that our union represents. And they've represented our subs since 1998, but nobody really knew who it was. I didn't even know. Most of my time substitute teaching, which I've done for 21 years, I didn't know that we had a union. And so I've been learning the ropes as we go. This has been a work in progress for me and for the local in San Jose. We unfortunately went into a receivership in 2022. I don't know anything about the specifics of that. It had to do with budgets and whatnot. And so we got everybody, the whole union got decimated for 2 years. So I have been asked, because of my initial work coming to meetings in late 2023 and 2024, I was asked by the union, I was endorsed by Washington, D.C. because of Louis Rocha and Nancy Biagini singing my praises, to help repopulate and reorganize the union again in San Jose. So everybody there is pretty new. All new elected officers and e-board, and I've been learning the ropes as we go. So here's a few things that have been achieved in the 1.5 to 2 years that I've been involved as a steward. Brian Saxton has been very appreciative that when a substitute gets some negative feedback written about them, instead of just taking them off the sub list, there's now a protocol for kind of hearing it out. There's a due process that's happened. I've done that about 12 times, and every single one of them, the sub has been reinstated. Brian has stated that he doesn't want to fire substitutes, not out to get substitutes. So this is a benefit to the district and a benefit to the students. I agree with everybody in that room over there. I kind of feel weird that I'm not over there, that I didn't walk out with them. But I told you all at the last board meeting in the closed session that if I had a chance to come to the next meeting, I would, to fill you in on what's going on with us. So the steward role, e-board member role, I have a vote. And as things happen and need a vote, my vote is important. And I made a commitment to them when I decided to run, and I kind of won unanimously. People voted for me that didn't even know who I was. That kind of surprised me. And so I've been juggling the commitment. Where do I put my time and energy? Because really, right now, especially, LPAC testing's going on, and that is an exhaustive process, and I am very dedicated to it. I'm LPAC Mike. And so I spent the day-to-day at PV High School. I tested 11 students. I probably walked 5 or 6 miles. Instead of going home, I came here to share what's going on, because I've been able to really elaborate that much the last 2 meetings. We have a negotiation process going. Our next meeting is March 9th. We're negotiating some working conditions that are kind of policy, but nothing's been written down. There's a few things that we're trying to get and add to improve the experience that substitutes have when they go to a site, clearing up ambiguities, and making the substitute experience in Pajaro Valley Unified high quality, so we can draw substitutes to come to our district because they're going to be paid well, they're going to have rights, they're not going to be treated like a slave that can just fill gaps in. We are certificated. We shouldn't be doing clerical work. We shouldn't have time manipulations to give us half days instead of full days. Anyway, that's the intention that I'm working diligently with. Kit has been amazing to work with. We have a good line of communication. Dr. Contreras and I do as well. And so thank you very much for hearing me out tonight. 5 minutes on the nose. Thank you.
Yep, that moves us to action items, and we decided when we approved the agenda that we would take 8.5, approve Resolution 252621, recognition of Black History Month. This report will be offered by Joy Flynn. Is there any public comment on this item? Thank you.
Yes. Takashi Mizuno, Bobby Matrisalt.
Hi, I'm staying because I came to speak to support this resolution, especially for Joy Flynn. And while I lived in New Jersey for 23 years until I moved to Watsonville in 2013, I became acquainted and befriended many African Americans with various kinds of backgrounds. I mentioned Dr. Vincent Harding and Mrs. Rosemary Harding in my public comment in January. They are two people who have made a deep impression on me. I brought a book written by Rosemary and her daughter. This is a book, and they mentioned that their connection with Japan in the book. I'll read it. I quote, "In her counseling, Rosemary used the Japanese practice of gratefulness. It emphasizes training our spirits toward gratitude, especially for our mothers and those others who sacrifice so much for our happiness and well-being." That appealed to Rosemary. She told me it works quickly. I met Rosemary only one time in a workshop led by Dr. Vincent Harding and Rosemary Harding in 2002 when I lived in New Jersey, weekend workshop. And I was so struck with the beauty of her hands. So I took a couple of photos of her hands. And I put one of them in a wooded frame like this, and I put this on the wall of my living room, and so that every morning I can watch her and I talk to her. Anyway, this frame was made, let me finish. Tanglewood in Africa. I bought this one.
Thank you, Takashi.
Only a couple of dollars. And I now realize why my hands were so beautiful.
Thank you, Takashi.
Good evening again, board. I just wanted to make sure to get in on this and just say thank you for bringing this forward and just how important it is. I know there's been some conversation and debate about resolutions, and I just want to say words matter. And, I agree that empty resolutions with nothing to back it up, those don't matter. But when we're doing something and we say something about it, not only does that reinforce, but it also directs our schools and our staff to say, this is something that matters to us. And so for you as a board to do this is very meaningful. And this is such an important one for us. So thank you for doing this. And I hope that as teachers that we are not, it's not just a resolution, but that we're not just teaching Black history in February, but all year long, and that we're doing our best to be allies and to learn more as well. And so that is our commitment, I know, to continue to try to know better and do better and to listen. So thank you, and this is so good and so important, and we appreciate you doing that.
We have one more, Graciela Vega.
My name is Graciela Vega Sendejas. Heredia Contreras. I'm in support of this resolution and making sure that it is amplified in our classrooms from kinder to 12th grade. In 1985, Jesse Jackson came to Watsonville High School and he spoke at Callahan Park. His visit and Cesar Chavez and the collaboration that happened changed this board. In 1985, if you could go back in time, the board looked very different. Not only the school board, but the city council. The pictures have been taken off the wall and they're attempting to put a historical put here. It would be great if we had that for our district. But it's so important to value the energy of the people that came and to make it known. Because if not, our presence is taken lightly and decisions are made lightly. And all the efforts of every single person that came before us is taken lightly. And we can't do that. Our decisions that we make in this room will impact the next generation. And I want to thank you today. And the rest of my time, I will stay silent in honor of the memory of the Reverend Jesse Jackson. Thank you, Board.
Thank you. I'd invite anybody who's next door who wants to be here and show their support for this to come on over. Otherwise, I understand. First of all, I'd like to thank Trustee Medina for encouraging this and being a true accomplice in the fight for our shared liberation. I was reluctant and hesitant because it is another resolution and because I'm alone in so many ways and because I've experienced the most amount of racism, both overt and covert, since I got on this board. Resolutions are important because they are a way for the board to formally and publicly state priorities and values. The main step in this resolution is to prepare students for the ethnic studies curriculum, which is now a state-mandated requirement for high school graduation. My hope is that this be an act toward targeted universalism, which will help to grow our collective cultural humility and sorry, I can't even read my own writing. Our cultural humility and capacity across all ethnicities, races, and to build dignity and respect not only for our own individual experiences, but for those experiences outside of our own. Build curiosity, understanding, and ultimately kindness. This resolution is not perfect. It is a start. Like me, this resolution is not perfect. It is a start, and it's a work in progress. It is whatever we as a community choose to make it, and I see it as, something that I really had to do, and a gift. I hope it's accepted. And I hope we get something out of it. There are allies and there are accomplices, and we get to choose who we want to be. but I get to say which one you are. I recognize that this will be received differently, some with jubilation, and this is for you. And those who criticize and have something negative to say, thank you for listening, but this isn't for you. I've asked Trustee Turley to read the resolution, and this is a true act of allyship, and I really appreciate you being the one to read this today.
Thank you, Trustee Flynn, for having faith in me to read this, and thank you for your friendship and all of the support I get from you, and I'm honored that you asked me to read this. Resolution of the Pajaro Valley Unified School District Governing Board recognizing Black History Month. Whereas 2026 marks the 100th anniversary of Black History Month, originating from Dr. Carter G. Woodson's African American History Week in February of 1926, established to honor African American achievements. This centennial celebrates a century of recognizing Black history as essential American history, expanding from a week to a full month in 1976. And whereas Black History Month is observed each February and serves as a time to honor the history, culture, labor, resistance, and contributions of Black people in the United States. And whereas Black Americans have played a central role in shaping public education, civil rights, science, arts, labor movements, agriculture, music, and democratic participation, often while facing enslavement, segregation, state violence, systemic exclusion, underrepresentation in leadership and curriculum, and overrepresentation in system of discipline and incarceration. And whereas Black history is American history and must be taught, studied, and honored throughout the entire year, not confined to a single month. And whereas public schools hold a responsibility to teach accurate, inclusive history so students understand how past injustices shape present conditions and civic life. And whereas California law affirms the value of inclusive instruction and encourages curriculum that reflects the experiences of historically marginalized communities. And whereas students benefit academically and socially when classroom learning reflects diverse identities and lived experiences, strengthening belonging, critical thinking, and respect. And whereas Pajaro Valley Unified School District serves a diverse student population and commits to dignity, equity, and educational opportunities for every student. And whereas students and educators within our district actively champion Black history and civic engagement, including the Black Student Union at Pajaro Valley High School, led by Ms. Brooker, which organizes the annual Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day, honoring the legacy of school integration and educational justice, and the Santa Cruz County Black Student Union, which uplifts and supports Black student leadership across the region. And whereas recognizing Black History Month aligns with district goals around ethnic studies, arts education, media literacy, and civic engagement. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the governing board of the Pajaro Valley Unified School District formally recognizes February as Black History Month, and be it further resolved that the board affirms that Black history shall be honored and taught throughout the entire school year as part of a comprehensive and truthful education. And be it further resolved that the board is committed to ensuring that schools engage students in age-appropriate instruction, discussion, and activities centered on Black history, culture, and contemporary experiences throughout the school year. And be it further resolved that the board affirms its support for educators who teach historical accuracy and foster learning spaces grounded in respect, inquiry, and care. And be it further resolved that the board recognizes Black students, families, staff, past and present, and community members for their ongoing contributions to the strength of the Pajaro Valley community. Passed and adopted by the governing board of the Pajaro Valley Unified School District this 25th day of February. Can I have a motion to adopt this resolution, please?
Before I make a motion, I again just want to thank you, Trustee Medina, for helping draft that and for your support, and thank you. And I would leave it open for a motion.
Are we allowed comment? Yeah.
Yes.
Board comment?
Okay. Who makes the first one?
Okay, I think you made a motion. No, I didn't. You didn't, okay.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the resolution for Black History Month.
I'll second. And discussion. Daniel Dodge Jr., I think you had something to say.
I just wanted to briefly say, thank you, Joy and Gabe, for bringing this resolution up. As I said a couple of meetings ago, resolutions do matter. I don't know anywhere else, any other school district, but in PVUSD, resolutions mean a lot to us, to the people of the Pajaro Valley Unified School District in Watsonville. Just as someone else said in the crowd, Reverend Jesse Jackson, an important part of Watsonville history. Rest in peace. When he passed, when he put in Reverend Jesse Jackson, Watsonville comes up. And I like to thank the speaker and us recognizing that. Also to Ms. Booker, I haven't known her personally that long, but as long as I've been a board member, she's always reached out to me, and she's always taught me a little bit about history and Ruby Bridges, and I know she leads the Black Student Union at PV, and so I just wanted to acknowledge her and say thank you, Ms. Booker, for keeping the history alive, because it wasn't always easy for African Americans to go to school, so we always have to teach that in schools and make sure people know that they just couldn't show up to elementary school and learn. And so thank you, Ms. Booker, for keeping the history alive. And I also wanted to mention Elaine Johnson in Santa Cruz, leader of the NAACP. I met her a couple years ago when she moved from New York, and she said, Danny, housing is a basic human right. And one of the reasons why I'm here is because I want to make sure everybody of all color has the right to housing. And so I'm glad to meet you, Daniel Dodge. And I said, thank you, Elaine. And I'm here and I support your cause. And thank you for letting me call you a friend. And I'll see you around. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Trustee Medina?
Yeah, first, thank you for letting me work with you on this, Joy. You face so many microaggressions, unconscious biases, racially charged language thrown at you, and I hope this holds more people accountable because there was no accountability in the last leadership when those things were happening. So I apologize for that, and I hope we do better moving forward. So I want to state that I rise to resolution, to support Resolution 252621, recognizing February 26th as Black History Month, marking 100 years since the first national effort to honor Black history. I want to speak first to our Black students in PVUSD. You are seen, you are heard, you are valued. You are not a footnote in anybody's lesson plan. You are not a sidebar in anybody's curriculum. Your history is living, your culture is living, your brilliance is living, and your future is part of what we protect when we vote on policy, budgeting, staffing, and school climate. Black history is American history, not a unit, not a poster, not a single assembly, not a single month. Black history is the story of this country learning again again and again what freedom means. It is the story of people who were denied rights, then organized, then demanded the full promise of democracy and moved this nation forward. Students have led this work. Black students walked out into hostile schools so the next generation would not have to beg for the right to learn. Black students sat down at lunch and counters and stood up to police batons. Young people in the Student Nonviolence Coordinating Committee organized sit-ins, freedom rides, and voter registration drives across the South in the early 1960s, often facing arrest and violence for doing so. They were students who turned courage into strategy and strategy into change. I'm almost done. And our job as adults in governance is to match that courage with action. We do that by teaching the truth all year. We do that by backing educators when they teach honest history. We do that by protecting students from discrimination and harassment. We do that by making sure our Black students feel safe in classrooms, hallways, buses, offices, and on the field. So tonight, let this resolution be a commitment we can measure. Year-round lessons, not one-month lessons. Real support for Black student leadership, not symbolic support. A district culture where Black students do not have to fight to be believed, respected, and protected. So Black history is American history. Our Black students deserve to see the truth in every grade, across every campus, and every day we open our doors. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Medina. I gave Trustee Medina my minutes.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Trustee Salinas Holtz.
Thank you. I want to say thank you to Trustee Flynn and Trustee Medina for making this happen. And I mean, it must be there. I know there's a very small amount of Black students at Watsonville High, at least, and I feel for them because it must be very hard. I know I unfortunately have seen a lot of specifically with racial slurs, racism at Watsonville High. And I think that it's a huge problem, and where it starts with changing is in the classroom and ethnic studies classes. And I think a resolution like this is so important right now. And I left early at the previous meeting where there was the resolution regarding immigration enforcement. And I think that resolution was so important also, like Trustee Dodge said, and Mr. Marshall, to just remind the community, inform them that the board and our district cares and is here to support. So I think this is a beautiful resolution, and I just wanted to say I'm happy that this really benefits the students, and I'm glad to see it. So thank you, Trustee Flynn.
Thank you, Trustee Salinas Holtz. Trustee Carrasco? Yeah.
I'll be short, but I just want to say thank you for this. And, I agree with, Black history is our history. And I hope that all of our students in the district, regardless of their race, are able to learn and have hard conversations with themselves and with students, because that is one of the biggest things that we do as educators, to be able to create that space. So thank you for this.
Thank you. Trustee Navarro?
So I just wanted to say thank you to Trustee Flynn and Trustee Medina for your work on this. I appreciate that. I support this resolution. I didn't realize it was the 100th anniversary, so thank you for making me aware of that. I also support Mr. Marchessault for his commitment for having teachers make sure that this isn't just 1 month, but all year. We have lots of different ethnicities in our district. Some are more numerous than others, but everyone's history is important. Our Filipino history, our Japanese history, our Chinese history, our Latin history, our Black history. So I would like to see a commitment going forward to respect everyone's history and making sure that we learn from our mistakes in the past and do better going forward. I want to echo what Desi said in regards to, I also have a lot of concerns about things that I've heard that are said on campus. And it's not just one campus, it's actually multiple campuses. And I would really like to see a commitment from the sites and the district to have a zero tolerance policy on this, and to have PBIS or what have you, but more harsh consequences and not letting it just be swept under the rug. So thank you.
Trustee Flores?
Yes, I am in full support of this resolution, and I'm really happy to see Ms. Brooker mentioned in this resolution. I love what she's done at PV High, and I only hope that that can spread to our other high schools, because I do feel that that's a huge opportunity for students to really be able to get involved, get engaged, and to learn and become more of a community. So thank you for this, and thank you, Ms. Brooker.
Thank you. I believe we have a motion and a second already on the table. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. I just wanted to say that the Black experience isn't all struggle. You know, we have beautiful arts like Alvin Ailey Dance, Candy Wiley, and Harlem, learn about the Harlem Cultural Festival. And there is this thing called Black Joy, and it is amazing. If you ever get to see it or witness it, it's probably one of the most wonderful things you'll ever see. So thank you, everybody, for all your support.
Okay, I'm sorry. Back to voting. All those in favor signify by saying aye. I believe that's unanimous. Thank you. With that, and that brings us to 8.1, approved transportation plan for 2025-2026 and 2026-27. Report will be presented by Gerardo Castillo, Chief Business Officer.
Good evening, President Tully, board members, Superintendent Contreras, and everybody who is here and watching online. The presentation will be done by Ms. Sarah Lenked. I also want to share that she's leaving us. She's working up to the last minute. This is her last week with us, so I want to thank her for that. She said that when she was introduced to the district, the first thing she do is present this transportation report, and she's closing that by doing the same thing. I have been going to the transportation department, I think like 4 different times in the morning, and I have seen her leadership through what she has done in a short period of time. So we will miss her, and I wish you will stay here longer, but I cannot keep her, so thank you. So we will do the presentation now, so you need to control this.
All right, thank you. So for the plan, this is annually. We've got to do this to get it approved so we can get the funding. So we'll kind of go through it. This is the history, basically, that it started in 2022, Assembly Bill 181, and it needs to be approved annually. And then basically it goes into the state has recognized transportation as a crucial need for student transportation regardless of their economic status, their location, and make sure they have access to safe and reliable transportation to and from school. So having the state step in and actually fund this and reimburse the schools is awesome, because it gives us more opportunity to work with making the transportation better and give it to more students. The mission is to ensure safe, reliable, and equitable transportation for students, and you can see all of the things that we do in our district. On this one, I want to recognize, if you see the capital outlay, that was for the buses that you guys approved, the 10 buses for our department, and made a huge difference. Thank you. Is there?
Well, just want to show in here is that the state, we are here because they can reimburse us up to 60% of the operating expenditures, except for capital outlay, like equipment such as buses. And that's where we're here. Is the little footnote in the bottom is the important part.
And this one's for the coming year. I did want to point out some changes that we have. If you notice in the people and staffing, we are only short 12 drivers right now. And last year, that was over a 20, so we're doing much better. For electric buses, you can see out of the 102 buses we have, 11 of them are electric so far. We do have 6 in the process through grants. And then just kind of the miles that we do each day, over 4,000 miles for 54 multi-tiered routes. And then we also do our after-school program every day, 32 routes for that, 780 miles. It's just kind of what we do and wanted to represent that for you guys. Some of the challenges always are the driver shortage, but this year we do have 2 new instructors that had just started, so we're bringing in those drivers. And then also the age of the fleet, which you guys have also helped us with it by making sure that we're getting the buses that are needed so they can keep going. And then the growing demand for special education transportation are always challenges that we have. And then I think the next 2 are mostly, if we have any public comments.
So the next step is we ask the board to approve the transportation plan. In order for us to receive the funding, you will notice that we did like for this year and the following year. Just to be sure, this is a part that is audited every year. It's another requirement. It's pretty new in the school districts. The part of transportation is funded, and some districts we are by law required to provide transportation only to special ed students. We do it for personal community we serve district-wide, and we need to do that because that's how we can bring our students to schools so they can learn. So we are available to answer any comments or questions.
Are there any public comment cards? We have no public comment. Do we have a motion to approve the transportation plan?
I move to approve.
I'll second.
All those is there any discussion? Trustee Medina?
Yeah, I'm sad you're leaving. You were the one person that I appreciated so much, because when I was telling you about the urgency that our families were feeling because their routes were getting canceled, students weren't getting picked up, you scheduled a meeting and said, let's go tour those routes. And that's exactly what we did back in my hometown. And that showed me the dedication that you have. And also, you're from a rural community, right? I remember you telling me that, so you know what's up. When it's trying to get those students from outside and bringing them in and how hard that is. But I really appreciate the work that you did do while you were here. Again, I'm super bummed that you're leaving. And I just want to say on behalf of my area that we really appreciate you for really looking at us and identifying the issue and trying to work on it to your hardest, because we haven't felt that in quite some time. So thank you for all that you did, and best of luck wherever you're going next, and please come back if you can. Thank you.
Any other trustee comments? Trustee Carrasco?
I want to compliment you all on your advertisement. I saw those buses parked on Safeway in East Lake with the big poster boards. They really did get the attention of everybody every time I would drive by. So, I did see them. So, good work.
Any others?
Just to say thank you for your time here, and we're definitely sad to see you go, but thank you for shaping our transportation department up and getting us where we need to be.
Trustee Navarro?
Ms. Lemke, I also want to say I'm really disappointed to hear that you're leaving. You have some big shoes to, the next person will have, you have big shoes to fill. I think I'm saying that right. Anyway, thank you for all that you've done, and I hope that we can find somebody that can continue the good work you started. Thank you.
Any others?
Can I ask one thing? I know in the presentation you listed driver shortage, aging bus fleet, growing demand for special education. On the special education front, has there been an increase in students who need that type of transportation?
Special education always has an increase to them, but I have seen it kind of died down. We had some go up, but not as much as in previous years this year.
Got it. And, knowing what you know now, outside of these three things that were listed, driving, aging, and growing demand for special education, what other things should we keep on our radar as we move forward with transportation that you would recommend?
Just the community with them. I know the district has opened up, the school sites have helped us with our PBIS program on the buses, making sure those drivers feel supported so that they can help the community as well. And that helps the kids want to ride and the drivers want to drive.
Yeah. And just to follow up to that, how can we get our drivers to feel more supported here in the district? You could say give them money. That's cool. I know that's what we need to do.
There's always different aspects to it, but I think everybody just needs to feel seen, heard, and valued.
All right, thank you.
I'll call for the vote. I'm sorry.
I just also wanted to say thank you. You, in the short amount of time that you were here, I could tell that you made a big impact.
Trustee Salinas Holtz, do you have any comment on this?
I don't have any comments. Thank you.
Okay, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. I think that's 601. That moves us on to 8.2, which is approve ARATE 29 Category 2 network infrastructure upgrades for 2026. This report will be presented by Gerardo Castillo, Chief Business Officer.
Yeah, good evening, President Tully, board members, and Superintendent Contreras, anybody who is here present. Before I start the presentation, I want to give thanks to Mr. Yi in the technology department. He actually prepared the report that is attached in your agenda. So there's a lot of detail. We collaborate, but he took the leadership to get this done. We begin today by grounding ourselves in our collective why. To achieve this, we are committed to cultivating and nurturing an environment where students thrive academically, socially, and emotionally, empowering them to flourish in an ever-evolving world. Modern technology, infrastructure is the backbone of that empowerment. To support our mission, we utilize E-Rate. It's a federal program under the FCC and provides discounts to help schools obtain affordable internet and telecommunication access. We are leveraging the school project for utility rate reduction, known as SPERS in the school districts, by using persistence, competitive bids, master contracts. The district can bypass lengthy bidding processes, significant lowers procurement costs, and saves valuable administrative time. This isn't our first rodeo. Our district is really good at obtaining funding through E-Rate. We have obtained over $330 million over the last 20 years. So we are doing Category 2, which covers internal connections, including network equipment, cabling, and wireless infrastructure. We are upgrading the network core to support 10 GB connections to all our schools. The project includes wireless core upgrades to new indoor and outdoor wireless installations. We are also upgrading power supply and battery packs to ensure network stability during power fluctuations. Because our student enrollment and free and reduced, we qualify for the maximum possible discount, that's 85%. The other 15% is matched from the general fund and restricted funds. We recommend the board to approve these installations under the terms of the SPER. And thank you for your time, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Do we have any public comment on this item? 8.2.
Marilyn.
Yeah, she's
Oh,
in the corner.
there's a big sign right in front of her face. I couldn't see her.
More toxic radiation. Let's put children in a microwave oven. You have received literature on this over many years from me documenting the harm. And Trustee Medina just referred to Dr. Cindy Russell, who sent you a lot of literature. So where is the proof of safety? Where is the proof of no harm to the children and staff? Where is that? It isn't there because it's evidence of harm. So just because there are words that sound good, like upgrade, doesn't mean in reality that it's not harmful. I will, since I only have a short time, I'll submit more documents to you, but this is just a little bit called Overloading of Towns and Cities with Radio Transmitters, a hazard for the human health and a disturbance of ecoethics. This is by International Research Center of Healthy and Ecological Technology from Berlin, Germany, talking about the electromagnetic radiations emitting for radar, television, communication systems, microwave ovens, industrial heat treatment systems, medical diathermy units, and many others permeate the modern environment, both civilian and military. And this is a hazard, a known hazard. No one's looking at me.
Thank you, Mrs. Garrett.
You've been warned.
Thank you.
Pay attention.
Would anyone like to make a motion for this item?
Make a motion to approve?
And a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion?
You wanna bring the
Trustee Flynn
presentation
was the first hand I saw.
Okay, I have a few questions. Are there any alternatives?
Are there any alternatives? I would say no, not really. I mean, if we don't do this, we have to pay 100% of the cost. You know, we are funding through, this is a process that we started. It's a circle. As the technology changes, you will notice it's like 10G. You know, we started like we did like a 5G. You know, that's a requirement in order to provide the technologies everywhere in our classrooms and in the schools.
Okay, that's just my first question. And some of these I sort of might sound dumb, but they're, you know, some people might have them that I want to ask.
There's no such a thing as a dumb question.
Okay, thank you. How does this affect student outcomes? Because I'm hearing how it would affect them negatively, but how would it not doing this versus doing this? And then my other question is, out of what funds does this come?
So I'm going to answer the last question first,
Okay.
The last part. So this is called from the E-rate, 85% is E-rate, so it's in the general fund, but it's specific for those projects. They are in the board report, so we had to submit the invoices, the expenditures, so they will cover 85%, and 15% will come from the general fund unrestricted, because this is like cables, underground structure, that has to come from the general fund unrestricted portion. And the other question regarding the education, and I might ask some of my colleagues to help me understand that, is to explain the question, but it's part of the network in our districts, the county, the city, all of that structure is technology is changing, and then we have to upgrade everything that's in your package that is regarding the older schools that we need to upgrade, and eventually every year we come back, then we do the next cycle, and so we need those for the way our students could access their part of their education through technology.
And then lastly, is it possible to have this be hardwired rather than wireless?
Well, most of this thing is actually hardwired. It's a lot of cables underground technologies. Wireless it's a portion of that too. But if you look in the package, many of that stuff is actually wireless.
Thank you.
Trustee Navarro?
Oh, I think Gabe was next, but I thought.
So my only question, Mr. Castillo, is how did you decide which schools to focus on, since there's only a handful of them?
Yeah, they are the oldest, the schools who have this technology, so they needs to be upgraded to it's like a cycle. That's why they are in here. So eventually we will get to all of those. It's a 5-year cycle, so this is the oldest one. So.
Now, with us considering school closures, how does that play in?
That's a good question. So this gives us authority to move forward. It doesn't mean that we have to do it. So as we review that, we analyze that. So if we're going to go for a school closure, do we do it or not? But 85% is through the E-rate. But it doesn't mean like we are automatically doing it. It just gives us authority to move forward.
Trustee Medina?
Yeah. You're familiar with Silicon Valley, right? Castillo, like over the hill? Do you know how many schools in Silicon Valley have cell towers?
I don't know, Mr. Medina.
None. They're getting rid of them because of the high amount of radiation that they're exuding. And actually, there's a case study that was found that several students developed cancer while around these towers after implementation. That is my worry right now with this. If it's going in the ground and connected directly through an Ethernet cable, that is fine. But right now, as you clearly stated, technology is changing. We're not doing as many tests. We're just putting these things out there and then hearing after the fact when damage is done and caused, right? I hear the same thing in Las Lomas. Pesticides aren't impacting us, right? Because we can't see them. Well, you can't see radiation as well. So my concern is the amount of students that we're going to put at risk by having anything like this put up near them, especially as they're developing in elementary, well, I mean, before they're a teenager, really. So I will be voting no on this, knowing that we don't know what schools are going to close is another big unaware of where we should be putting resources to. So I'd encourage all of you to read the data and vote no on this, because guess what? Us in Las Lomas, we only got 2G and we're doing just fine. I don't think y'all need 10G up in here. All right? So that's where I stand on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Medina, for you are entitled to that. This is not about cell towers. This is mainly about including our infrastructure for our network. But I understand.
Is there a wireless portion to this? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. There you go. That is the part right there that we also need to look at, because we are getting a lot more case studies about the impact of that now. So if you all want to move forward and hurt students' development, then go ahead and approve this.
Thank you. Anyone else have a comment on this? Trustee Flynn?
So what I'm hearing is that this is the infrastructure to have internet available on the campuses. We could decide to have it be wireless.
Yeah, let me bring the.
Yeah, I needed that slide back up, please. Yes.
So the majority of the stuff is replacing what is there. That's kind of where we are doing that. We are not adding anything new.
Okay.
Just technology has changed, has done. It's kind of like when you have I think the best example I can give you, like you have a TV. I'm not a technology expert, but all of this is about upgrading what we have. We are not adding anything new, so that can have. We are not adding anything new, so like a wireless is there. We need to upgrade it to what is the newest access. That's what I'm here. That's what I'm presenting to this. So we are not adding anything. I don't know how else I could explain.
No, I
it, just
understand.
replacing, yeah.
No, I understand now. Thank you for clarifying. But yeah, and I guess the other thing that I'm hearing, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that we need to make the decision. You're asking us to make a decision now, but that doesn't mean that we're making a decision on where these upgrades happen. Just in case there are school closures, we're not putting something in,
You give us
so we
the-
can hold off on deciding where this happens?
Yeah,
Or is there a
you
deadline?
give us the approval by approving this contract to work on these items that is here because they are the oldest in the district. The technology needs to be replaced. Now that we are considering the closures of schools, and not just this, everything that we are doing, the facilities, the measure band, is something that we have to consider. Like that's, as we move forward.
Yeah, thank you. I think that the key infrastructure, like the core infrastructure needs to be there. I think the wireless connectivity is meant for another time, another conversation.
Yeah, the majority of this is make sure when the power goes out, the backups, they are there.
Yeah.
That's you look into that. That's one portion.
Okay. Thank you so much.
I got a follow-up question. Does this include the district office?
That includes the district office.
Are you going to be upgrading the district office with this funding?
I think it's only for the school. The district
School
office,
sites.
The school sites.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
district
you.
office. The district office is not. Is not included.
Okay.
Okay. Our superintendent, I think, had a comment. Did you want to make a comment? No? Okay. All right. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And all those opposed?
Opposed.
1 and 1 absent. So 5-1-1. Thank you. That moves us.
Sorry. I just say thank you.
Okay. 8.3, election of representative to the CSBA Delegate Assembly report presented by Dr. Heather Contreras, Superintendent of Schools.
So each year, we elect to have a member of the board represent our delegate assembly. And so this is a process that we do annually. And this is a board decision on who might represent us.
Can you share a little bit about what being a representative means? It would be a representative from this board who goes.
Yeah, would you mind pulling up the letter? I think there's different people who, yeah. Yeah, I think there's one candidate who's on there, and the board needs to look at this letter for a vote. And it's not one from us, right? Okay. Right.
Yeah, I recall that from last time. Okay, right. Okay, so it's not one of us, so we don't need to know about the time commitment. Would someone like to make are there any public comment cards? Okay. Would anyone like to make a motion to support appointing, I don't see the name of the delegate.
I did review this. It's on the next page, I think. Maybe one more? Can you go forward one?
Isn't there only 2 pages?
Well, the one candidate for the one position has a pretty impressive resume, so I will make a motion to approve.
I'll second. Any comment? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed?
I abstain.
Okay, no votes, one abstention.
No, I
and-
also abstain.
Oh, I'm sorry, 2 abstentions, 1 absent, so that leaves us 4 yeses. All right, motion passes, thank you. We already did 8.5. 8.4, adoption of revised board policies related to immigration enforcement and student protection. Report will be presented by Michael Berman, Assistant Director of Educational Services.
Good evening, President Turley, members of the board, and Dr. Contreras. Chrissy McLean did prepare this, but she was not able to be with us tonight. I think you all remember that last time she was here and presented during her birthday. So you know she's committed to being here, but she couldn't make it tonight. But tonight we are presenting updates to board policies 1445, 5145.13, and 5111.5 to align with Educational Code 234.7, the Safe Haven School Act. The updated guidance from the California Attorney General. You will notice that the items shown in red reflect added language to align our policies with legal recommendations from the California Department of Education and the Attorney General's guidance. PVUSD has long maintained strong protections for student access, privacy, and non-discrimination. Over the past 2 years, we have provided staff trainings on immigration protocols, hosted Know Your Rights events, and multilingual family education sessions, and offered family preparedness workshops. The board has also adopted resolutions reaffirming equal access to education. These updates continue that work by aligning our procedures with current state guidance while reinforcing our commitment to safe and welcoming schools. Most protections were already in place. The revisions clarify the language for procedures and privacy safeguards. Thank you very much.
Is there any public comment to this item, 8.4? Any cards?
Madeline Garrett.
We need to abolish ICE, and every elected official body, I think, should advocate for abolishing ICE. I've been listening to KPFA a lot, and it's just, it's like Nazi Germany, kidnapping people, beating them, putting them in concentration camps, murdering them. What's going on here? I'd like to see you advocate to abolish ICE, because what they're doing is outrageous and harms our whole community and school environment. This is such a racist society from the beginning, of history. Anyway, I really appreciated the resolution against ICE and the protection of the students. And it says, like, unless there's a court order, what if the laws themselves are illegal and immoral? Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Garrett. Maybe we'll wait for a motion and second from the board before we have board comments. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion.
And a second?
Second.
And board comment. Trustee Medina?
Yeah, I think we need to send this back after reviewing it. There are a few things that I noticed. So under BP 1445, under access to district property and where it says absent exigent circumstances, we need to define exigent circumstances, which means an immediate threat of death or serious physical injury, routine enforcement activity, time pressure, convenience, or an administrative warrant are not exigent circumstances. And the reason why that is because the way that it's undefined right now, a staff member could look at that and might treat an officer's urgency as an emergency. So that's why that clearly protects you right there. The second thing where it says to place BP 1445 under prohibition and collection and disclosure and protection of records, I'd like to see inserted, quote, no student or family information shall be released unless the superintendent or designee and legal counsel review the authorization document, confirm the legal basis in writing, and confirm the scope of information to be released. And the reason why that is because the police already say staff must not disclose without consent or a judicial document, yet they do not require counsel sign off before release. So that could come back to us. Another thing is add a transportation-specific protocol, which I didn't clearly see outlined. So in BP 5145.13, after campus access protocol, I'd create a new heading, transportation setting, and then, which is AP 1445 already names buses and district transportation, but instead I'd insert transportation settings. District personnel shall not provide students names, addresses, routes, schedules, or stop locations to immigration enforcement without written parent or guardian consent or a valid judicial warrant, subpoena, or court order. If an officer approaches a school bus, bus yard, transportation office, or a district bus stop, the driver or staff shall refer the officer to the superintendent or designee and shall document the interaction throughout dispatch. And the reason why that is your area depends on buses, right? A bus stop interaction is a real risk, and we're seeing that across the nation. And the current text names buses, yet it does not tell drivers and dispatch what to do. I have a lot more notes because, again, it looks like somebody did this the night before and didn't really pay attention to the legalese and the language that needs to be inserted. I don't need to hear a comment from anybody. But if I could submit my recommendations so that way those could be added and it could be brought back, I think that would be great, because I have about 9 more things that need to be modified within this.
Do any other trustees have comments?
I'm not one to speak on this. I feel like lived experience is a good is good for me. So.
Trustee Turley, I'd like to make a substitute motion.
Okay.
I move to table this item until it is updated with the recommendations and reviewed by legal counsel.
Is there a second to the substitute motion?
I second, because I feel like we are all here for the ultimate protection of our community, and a revision is worth looking at.
Before you do that, can I just explain this board policy? This board policy has gone through legal counsel review. It is recommended by the language that has come before you is being brought before you because we needed to update this. It's an existing board policy that we had. We legally had to bring it forward as procedural and compliance to update it so it met the legal procedures that we needed to have. What you're describing, Trustee Medina, is great language. It would go under the administrative regulation, which is where we put in more of the details of how we carry out the board policy. So I think what we would maybe do here is adopt this as the board policy, which is the legal language, and this has been vetted by Gamut, by legal counsel, and then bring forward the administrative regulation with the language that you want to see, which is all the details of how we then carry that out.
Can you answer me this question? How many people who reviewed this are actually immigration lawyers?
I would suspect, because it's being recommended to us by the California Department of Education, by Gamut, which is all vetted through attorneys.
So is that a yes or no?
I would suspect, yes.
You would suspect, but you don't know for certain, correct? Because the language here needs to be clearly identified. In this time of this administration, language matters. Definitions matter. You could go to your vanilla legal counsel all you want, which is cool.
Trustee
but
Medina,
I really
are you
want
an
us-
immigration attorney?
No, but I deal with them all the time. Yeah, I actually, because people in my district are being deported, which you don't care about. So why don't we talk about that, Contreras?
We're getting a little.
Point of order. I feel like you both want the same thing. And what I'm hearing is that representation matters and that there be some clarification and around whether or not there was clear representation when this document was looked over and pushed forward. And
Say it
so
in the
we
mic if you're
don't
going to
know
speak.
that.
Sorry about that. I don't like this side conversation.
We don't, and I think that's what I would also like to know is, you know, I wasn't thinking immigration, but immigration lawyers, but that's a good call out. But representation really matters when it comes to things like this. And
Agreed.
so I'm not hearing that there's a definitive answer of yes or no. So I'm happy to table it till it comes back.
I would just want to point out that when things are recommended, or not recommended, when we are told, which in this case, we are being told that we need to do this as a compliance regulation, then it has been well vetted, and it is being told to us, you must do this. The board must put this language into board policy.
We've been told many times that this needs to be done, that needs to be done, legal said this. We are the Board of Education. We're the ones that need to set the agenda and set it straight. Great, talk to legalese, but it doesn't sound like people were very thoughtful about protecting our students with the language. I'm a college professor. I do this all the time in analyzing language, word choices, diction, connotation, all these things. So this is important. It may not be important to some people up here. I get that, because they're not impacted by this. Okay. But I want to make that recommendation. Don't cut me off. I'm not done.
Let's
wait
move
up,
on.
wait up, wait up.
We have a substitute motion on the table, and we have a second to that substitute motion.
Who seconded it?
Trustee Flynn seconded.
I move to call the vote.
Can I ask for a question? Me? Can you substitute a substitute? I just have a point of clarification.
I don't think you can substitute a substitute.
Yeah, you can. Okay.
Okay, are you going to substitute the substitute?
Substitute a substitute. So what I'm hearing is that this is something that we need to do be in compliance, right? So our job as a school board is budget all of our legal obligations, right? This seems like it would fall under legal obligation. So my suggestion would be to approve this, and then next meeting, bring back the specifics to put in there so that we are covered and in compliance with the law, but that we can incorporate Trustee Medina's ideas regarding the specifics. So that would be my substitute motion.
Trustee Turley.
Yes, Trustee Medina.
How do I want to say this nicely? When it comes to my community that I'm fighting for, this matters to me. It may not matter to legal, may not matter to all of y'all. You want to be in compliance, great. But I ask that you respect my community, my expertise, and what I'm bringing to this table right now. None of y'all represent the type of people that I represent in my area. They're the most impacted. Some people on here could change their name very easily because of their skin color and say that they're not Latino. So that's why we need this protective language in here. I don't need to hear from anybody else who has to direct a comment at me, and I hope you shut that down. But that's all I wanted to say. You know, there's always tension when I try holding this board accountable.
Trustee Turley. I just wanted to say, like, I am supporting all of your ideas, and, you know, we have a choice of tabling it to the next meeting and doing nothing, but all I'm saying is let's at least get in compliance with the law, and then I agree with you that we need more specific language. This is not, doesn't have to be the end of this. We can always bring it back next month and be more specific with the details.
If it matters to y'all, why don't you have a special session like you do all the time with any other things? That way they could look at the language, bring it back, and then we could vote on it. Or is that too much? Because, we want to limit what brown people could say and do.
Point of order. Mr. Berman, thank you for delivering. I don't want to shoot the messenger here. Yeah. So thank you for that suggestion. I understand what you were trying to do, Trustee Navarro. I would still have to hold my, the first that I motioned. I would like to keep to table it and have a revision.
Okay, we have a motion for a substitute of the substitute. Do we have a second for the second substitute motion?
That one's Misty's, right?
Correct. Yes. I'm not hearing a second. Fails for lack of a second, which means we're back to the first substitute motion. Would you like to read that for us again, please?
Yes, I move to table this agenda item and have the district review my board comments and factor those into the document and then present it back to us at a future meeting.
And I believe you had seconded that motion. I call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I think we have to do a roll call. Will you do that for us, please, Ms. Renteria?
Trustee Flores, your vote?
No.
Trustee Medina, your vote?
Yes.
Trustee Navarro, your vote?
I'll abstain.
Trustee Carrasco, your vote?
Yes.
Trustee Dodge is absent. Trustee Flynn, your vote?
Yes.
And President Turley, your vote?
Yes, but I would like to note it's likely two documents, one that's the board piece and one that's the administrative piece. I believe that carries 4-0-1.
Berman, I'll send you my notes.
Enough. Let's get back on topic. I would like a motion to take 9.2 before 9.1, as we have a very patient gentleman who's been waiting to present and has to drive some hours to get home.
Can we do that in the middle?
Yes, we can.
I second.
I'm not going anywhere.
I don't know that I heard a motion. Did I hear a motion?
I thought you made the.
Oh, okay, I'll make the motion. Then you'll second. All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
We're just moving to.
1, 2, 3. Okay. Is that 6 yes? We're just flipping them, right?
Yeah.
So that's 6, right?
We're losing it.
Okay. 6-0-0-1. All right, 9.2, update on Measure M and potential 2026 tax rate extension, why it works now and next steps. Report will be presented by Gerardo Castillo, Chief Business Officer.
And Superintendent Contreras. The presentation will be done by Mr. Del Scott. He's our financial advisor regarding the bond. He helped us pass the Measure M, and big part of the presentation is where we are with Measure M and what are the potential next steps. This is for an information item only, but your input and feedback is appreciated after the presentation. You want me to manage that?
I'll do it. Sure. Good evening. So it is now about a year and a half since the passage of Measure M. I thought it was appropriate to give you an update. You are spending some of this money now, and you're going to be spending a lot more soon. I also want to talk about the status of where you are. So very briefly, if you can look at the presentation on slide 3. These are all of the measures that have been before the voters since 1998 in your district. And the last one, which is on the bottom, Measure M, $315 million, of which you have, if you look over at the right-hand side, $235 million remaining to be spent. When bonds are passed by voters, they are then issued in series. This is a listing of all the series. So any bond might have 1, 2, 3, 4 different series until it's used up. The bonds that are outstanding are on this slide. If you look over on the far right-hand side, you can see in the one column over, the final maturity, how long these debts run, and then in the final column, the optional prepayment date. That's the date when those bonds can be refinanced or called. All of this information is sort of background for where we're going. If we take all of these bonds that are outstanding, not only from Measure M, but from the previously approved measures, we can come up with an estimate of what future tax rates look like. And on this slide is, in the gray, are the estimated tax rates for the prior bonds that have been passed. You can see they're roughly at about $60 per $100,000 of assessed valuation now, plus the first series of the Measure B bonds, which was Series A, that's in blue. So the point of this slide is there's been some discussion. I'm going to turn to the next slide. As you issue the remaining bonds, well, what is your flexibility? Are you locked into some sort of either amount or some sort of years? And the answer is no. The amount is, of course, it can't be more than the bonds that are passed, but that's your flexibility of when you issue that. And I'll digress to just one quick story. We just recently issued a bond for the Kern Community College District for a small project in the Mammoth area, which was passed by the voters in the year 2000. So it's 26 years later, the district actually issued these bonds. So there's no shelf life on this. You have this ability to either issue them sooner than this shows or later. However, the question then is, well, what do you do with this? Do you have opportunities that you should be looking at now? And as we look at the combination of all of these bonds, not just Measure M, but the ones that were passed in the past, we can see that the tax rates, the estimated tax rates, are going to fall in a few years. And so if you look at the slide that we have up on slide 7, you can see that the tax rate will actually be going down. And this provides you with an opportunity to go to the voters and ask, do you want to extend that tax rate? Not raise the tax rate, but do you want to extend the tax rate at this time? It's a very powerful argument, obviously. I mean, think of yourself. You think, well, I don't really want to have more taxes, but I'm okay with where I am. And it is an opportunity that will eventually go away in a few years if you don't take advantage of it while it's available. If you were to run a tax rate extension election in the November 26 election, that would result in roughly $192 million additional bond dollars for facilities and a maximum of $192 million. So what would you do? What should you do? Those of you that were involved in the last bond election may recall that at this point in time in the process, we then went out and asked voters, what would you do? How would you vote on this? I know there's a lot of controversy swirling around the district right now, a lot of open-ended questions that need to be answered, and I think you'd want to ask those questions as well in a voter survey, what its effect would be on the voters voting yes or voting no. If you want to proceed with doing survey research, And this isn't saying you want to proceed with doing a bond. This is saying you want to proceed with survey research. We're under contract to do that to the district. All I need is a nod from the superintendent after she discusses it with you, and we'll bring those results back to you forthwith. If not, that's fine. That's your decision. But this alternative will go away eventually, and that'll be a new money issue, not a tax rate extension. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Do we have any public comment cards?
Mads Riemolto.
Thank you. I fully support additional funds for our schools and always vote yes when asked. And I understand the timing, and it does make sense in terms of that timing. However, what you're saying by moving forward with this and not having other important things on the agenda, like school closures, is that you have not yet proved to us that you can effectively manage a budget. And so the message you're sending voters is really, we know that everyone in this community knows we need to close schools, but we don't really want to address it because it feels uncomfortable, but we want more money. And does that not feel backwards? So I'm honestly not saying to say no to this. However, I'm saying that you should really consider the timing of this and not addressing school closures. That's a very awkward message to voters, and I think you're going to waste a lot of energy trying to get voters to support something that you may not have approved because you're skipping an important step. So maybe escalate timing on the school closure discussion so you can show effective management of the budget, and then we can go from there.
Thank you. So this is report and discussion. There's no action to be taken at this time. Would any board members like to make comment or ask question?
I have a comment.
Trustee Medina.
So the survey that you would initiate, what's the cost of that?
I believe the cost of collecting the data, which we don't do, is roughly $15,000. I believe there's another fee involved in the presentation that's roughly $10,000 to $15,000. So all in, roughly $25,000.
About $25,000?
I think
okay,
so.
And that's just to survey the community to see if this is something that they would approve, correct?
Community survey voters who identify themselves as voters who are going to vote, because that's what you really care about, is who's coming to the polls.
Yeah, and I also think our voters care about the actual game plan that we're going to be initiating prior to us asking for funding. It's like me going to a funder and saying, hey, I have this great idea for a movie, give me $500 million with no script, no plan, no nothing. And I want the community to know, we actually wanted to talk about school closures, but the superintendent refused to put it on the agenda so we could discuss it. And she stated that the superintendent and the board president are the only ones that could decide what gets on the agenda, completely nullifying the agenda setting committee. So I want that to be known, because this is something that we really want to talk about, because Mads, I feel you. When we're saying that we want more money without even having a plan, that is something. And these consultants we are talking to are just not it anymore. The electorate has changed. More voters are getting engaged. The community understands that we need to do school closures. So I hope in the future, Trustee Turley, that you put your foot down to the superintendent and actually put the items that we want to discuss on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other trustee comments? Nope. Oh, yes, okay, Trustee Flynn.
The $25,000, where does that come from?
That would come from the district's general fund, unless if you went forward and you won, then it could be reimbursed out of the bond issue.
The other question is, you said that there is a timeline in which we need to make this decision. What is that timeline?
In order to get on the November 26 ballot, you would have to make a decision by roughly the end of July to take final action. It's possible that this could be delayed until 2028. I think your ability to raise funds at that time would be diminished, financially diminished, but it is a possibility.
Why? Why do you
Because
think
there are
there would
elections
be?
every 2 years that you can go to, and at a certain point, the tax rate will fall, and you won't be able to do a tax rate extension. You would still always have the chance to go back to the voters and ask them for additional funds, but not as an extension.
So forgive me, my why was for the reason why you feel like we wouldn't be able to get the voters to vote for this.
No, I'm sorry if I was misunderstood. I don't believe that.
Oh, okay. This, even if we waited.
I think you would run the risk of having less funding at that time and not being able to do as an effective tax extension.
I see.
But I don't think it's going to be an effect of what the voters do.
I see.
I want to say something. You presented, but I want to say that for the board in the community, by us going to the board to have this extension to maintaining the same rate that we are doing, it doesn't mean that we're going to get the funds right away. We had to go and sell the bonds, and we could sell the bonds until after we close the schools and focus on that. But because due to the timing of the tax rate is declining, this is the only opportunity. And also we have presented 2 board communications about school closure, because I'm working on that. We're going to bring it back at the next board meeting, and that's where we are. And yes, the timing in the community, but once we start, one school is identified as closure, the community in that area will say, you can close the school, but not my schools, and we have to be together and going forward with that. I feel like I have to say that this is an opportunity to bring funding to our new schools after our closures, $195 million, because when you have to say to the voters, we have to maintain the same rate versus a new rate, it's a different message that we cannot say that anymore for during this timing.
Thank you. I want to be clear. I ask these questions at risk of sounding like I don't know what I'm talking about, because I asked you before to explain what a mortgage was, and then I was accused for not knowing what that was or what a bond was. And it's really because I want this information to be accessible to everybody that may not understand how this works. And I am in favor of this. I recognize that the timing is not the best. And for me personally, I feel like it's important to have the transparency of both things happening at the same time, school closures and bringing these bonds along, because to me, it goes towards efficiency and making sure that we are being efficient. And I feel that our community is understanding enough to recognize that both can be done at the same time. However, I've been told that the recommendation is that we don't talk about both at the same time. But I feel like our community can handle it, especially because we are talking about finances so much. We want to be able to show that we are thinking forward and being efficient and where we're funneling this fund. This is a fantastic opportunity that I think that we should not be overlooking, but I also feel like we need to be able to talk about school closures at the same time, and that this funding is going to be redirected into the schools that are going to maintain open. Thank you.
Thank you. And can I make a comment? I am at this point not recommending that you do a tax rate extension bond. I am recommending that you consider it and that you try to gather data to determine whether that's the right decision or not. And then it's your decision at that point.
Trustee Turley.
Trustee Medina.
I would much rather spend $0 and put out a Google survey on our website than spend $25K while we're going through this budget crisis right now. So I hope that's something that we consider as well.
Trustee Navarro, did you have a comment?
I just had two quick comments. Unfortunately, Google survey is not going to tell us who is registered voters that are actually going to vote, but I hear what you're saying. And then the other thing is, Trustee Turley, can we make a commitment to trying to get the discussion about school closures on the agenda next meeting?
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Okay, I'm hoping we're up. Do we still have a quorum? Yes, okay. Thank you very much for the report. I appreciate your time, and I know we'll be talking about this again sometime soon. That moves us back to 9.1, mid-year data report. Report will be presented by staff.
Good evening again, President Turley, members of the board, and Dr. Contreras. It is my pleasure to bring you a presentation highlighting our mid-year progress and data around our district strategic goals. Once again, we have a team of presenters delivered to you via a video. Good evening, trustees and the PVUSD community. Tonight, members of Teaching and Learning team will be presenting on our collective progress towards meeting the PVUSD strategic goals. As always, we begin with our why as seen in our vision and mission. Our strategic goals are designed to be the means by which we accomplish our mission of cultivating a nurturing environment where every student thrives academically, socially, and emotionally, empowering them to flourish in a dynamic and evolving world. Here you see each of our 5 strategic goals. In this presentation, we will explore data and implementation progress for each goal. Goal 1 is our academic excellence and powerful learning goal. Our goal is to provide a rigorous and inclusive pre-K-12 educational program to raise academic excellence for all students through community-centered, culturally relevant learning that lifts up students' assets and strengths while addressing diverse learning needs.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Contreras, and members of the community. It is my pleasure to present the Math Mid-Year District Strategic Goal Data Review for the 25-26 school year. During the 25-26 school year, the SWAN math curriculum was implemented at 6 elementary schools and 3 middle schools across the district. Today, I will share growth data for each grade level. We will review how students perform at the beginning of the year on grade level standards and compare to how those same students performed on benchmark 1. Please note, at the beginning of the year, students completed a diagnostic assessment that included all grade level standards. The third grade data indicates students achieved an overall growth of 13%, with Mar Vista Elementary, Hyde Elementary, and Bradley Elementary demonstrating the highest gains. Grade 4 students demonstrated strong progress, posting an overall growth of 14%. The highest gains were observed at Freedom Elementary, Mar Vista Elementary, and Hyde Elementary. In grade 5, students' performance increased by 14%, with a notable growth at McQuitty Elementary, Freedom Elementary, and Hyde Elementary. Grade 6 results show an overall growth of 5%, led by gains at Mar Vista Elementary and Cesar Chavez Middle School. For grade 7, students achieved a 5% increase overall, with Mar Vista and Cesar Chavez Middle demonstrating the strongest growth. While 8th grade did not demonstrate overall growth, the data provided valuable insight to guide instructional adjustments moving forward. During the 25-26 school year, the iReady math curriculum was implemented at 3 middle schools: Aptos Junior High School, Pajaro Middle School, and Rolling Hills Middle School, and in grade 6 at 3 elementary schools: Calabasas Elementary, Valencia Elementary, and Bradley Elementary. Today, I will share student performance from the diagnostic assessment administered at the beginning of the year and again at mid-year in December. The iReady Diagnostic is an online assessment for mathematics that measures student proficiency and growth. This section highlights growth data for students in grades 6 through 8. Grade 6 students demonstrated an overall growth of 7%, with strongest gains seen at Calabasas Elementary, Valencia Elementary, and Bradley Elementary. Grade 7 students showed continuous progress, achieving an overall growth of 5%. Aptos Junior High School demonstrated the highest gain at this grade level. In grade 8, overall performance increased by 2%, with noticeable gains at Pajaro Middle and Rolling Hills Middle School. While Aptos Junior High School did not show additional growth during this period, the school maintained a strong level of proficiency at 30%.
Good evening, PVOSD Board, Dr. Contreras, and community. I'm Dr. Liz DeVargas Almeida, the Early Literacy Coordinator, and I'm happy to give you a short briefing on Goal 1, Reading Skills using the Universal Screener of Dibbles and Lectoda. The Universal Screener is a state-mandated assessment given to all K-2 students to determine the persistent areas of weakness in foundational reading skills. PVOSD realizes the need to assess 3 times a year for all K-3 students. The data is used to target needs and aid students in daily structured literacy that brings them to proficiency in each subcategory. Yes, we take the state K2 and we grow it to include K3. DIBBLES is the English assessment, and it has seen a 2% increase in proficiency from the beginning of the year to the middle of the year, with a 3% comparison growth from mid-year last year to mid-year this year. The overall proficiency rate for DIBBLES is 38%. Lectoda, the Spanish assessment, saw a growth of 2% from the beginning of the year to middle of the year, with an overall proficiency rate of 59%. 5 of our 8 grant sites saw the largest increase in proficiency gains across the district. Starlight made the list in 2 languages. The key areas of focus are the areas we are persistently underperforming in, which are phonemic awareness and decoding. These lead to weakness in fluency and comprehension. Although we saw small growth in proficiency in both our grant and non-grant sites in both English and Spanish assessments, the expectation is that each child will be proficient in each category at each administration. Those that are not need targeted instruction to reach that proficiency marker in the same year. Our current goal is 80% of students will reach proficiency reading skills. These skills directly affect our reading application, as seen with our CASP scores. Thank you.
One of our biggest markers of outcome data for this strategic goal is our graduation rate. Here you see the annual rate by year. As you can see, we have seen growth over the past few years. Though this is an annual measure, it is central to one of our key initiatives in our high schools. The graduation rate intervention teams, also known as GRIT, have been focusing on identifying students deficient in credits and building systems to support them to graduate. These teams meet quarterly and are composed of site administrators and members of many departments, all dedicated to the work of improving outcomes for our students. Another thing we are trying to do with GRIT is to change the idea of what grades mean. Not just that they are outcomes, but that they are tied to what students are learning. In GRIT meetings, we look at DNF rates to get an idea of where obstacles exist for A through G readiness. As a district, we are really working on defining what we mean by an A and a B and so on. This is one of our next steps with GRIT work and CalEd partners, where we are doing work with 4 of our schools. On this slide, you see our grade distribution of all of the high schoolers district-wide for semester 1 last year and again this year. This includes all courses that provide grades. Here we see the grade distribution of our comprehensive high schools. Again, this is for all courses, and it compares the first semester of last year and the first semester of this school year. As you can see, there has not been a large change in grade distribution yet. In the next 3 slides, we break down our comprehensive high schools in specific courses. As I mentioned earlier, in the GRIT process, we are identifying and responding to needs in the areas where students get off track of achieving A through G readiness. Through our work with California Ed Partners, it has become apparent that the areas where this happens the most is in 9th grade math and English. In our GRIT work and with our work with California Ed Partner initiatives, we have been focusing on these courses, and here you can see some positive growth. On this slide, we have a few courses comparing DNF rates for our courses in math and English. It is a positive sign that we are seeing a decrease in the areas of focus in 9th grade math and English. These tables are coming straight from our GRIT work, and you can see here that Pajaro Valley High School is also looking at their 9th and 10th grade science classes, as they have identified these courses as also contributing to students getting off track. Here you can see a significant decrease in their English courses, while still seeing an increase in D's and F's in math and science. Here we show the work that Aptos High is focusing on in their GRIT work. Here we see that they are breaking down their English courses even more to get an idea of where students are getting off track. Now we will move into Goal 2, professional learning, where we are fostering ongoing learning opportunities for staff, families, and partners to enhance knowledge, strengthen collaboration, and apply skills in support of social, emotional, academic excellence and opportunity. I've mentioned this work already, but I wanted to highlight the work with California Ed Partners, which supports with cross-grade collaboration, instructional alignment, and capacity building between middle and high school teams. This work centers on strengthening transitions between 8th and 9th grade, particularly in math and English language arts. Here I want to highlight the who of this project and want to give gratitude to our teachers that are involved. There are 2 teams paired together at Rolling Hills and PV High School and at EA Hall and Watsonville High School. These teams are pivotal in the work we are doing and the work we have before us. One exciting next step in the spread of this work is that this Friday, we will be bringing together these teams along with the instructional leadership teams of the 4 schools to do an introduction to the work for teachers that are not yet involved. The gist of the work focuses on these 4 components. For each of these components, there are clear high leverage practices to support student learning.
Central to our mission of student achievement is the quality of leadership within our buildings. To ensure our leaders are prepared for the complexities of today's schools, we've implemented a research-based leadership development framework heavily informed by the Wallace Foundation's decades of evidence-backed findings. The research is clear. When we invest in effective leadership, we see a direct positive correlation with student outcomes and staff agency. The purpose of this professional pipeline is to provide a safety net and a springboard for our administrators. Currently, we're providing intensive coaching, professional development, and strategic guidance for 3 critical groups. First, our new principals, ensuring those in their very first year with PVUSD are fully integrated and supported. Next, our first-year APs and academic coordinators, helping our newest administrators build a strong foundational management to instructional leader mindset. Third, our future principals, we're proactively preparing our experienced folks with 2 or more years in their role to step into principalships when the time comes. This deliberate pipeline ensures that every school site has a leader who's not just managing, but truly driving academic excellence. This isn't just professional development, it's a long-term investment in the stability of our district. These figures represent more than just meetings. They represent hours of dedicated mentorship and strategic growth for our site leaders. To date, our 6 new principals have completed 4 full professional learning days, and perhaps most importantly, 9 targeted afternoon or one-on-one support sessions. This individualized attention ensures they aren't leading in isolation. Similarly, our first-year APs and ACs have engaged in 5 professional learning days and 5 intensive one-on-one coaching sessions to solidify their foundational leadership skills. Finally, we're investing heavily in our internal bench. We have 5 future principal candidates. These are our experienced site leaders who have completed 4 professional learning days. They're also receiving multiple one-on-one support sessions tailored specifically to the lead from assistant to lead administrator. We are effectively growing our own to ensure PVUSD remains stable and academic achievement keeps increasing. In total, that's 18 leaders receiving high-level research-based support in this year alone. We are on track to meet our goals and look forward to seeing this leadership reflect in our student achievement data.
For the 25-26 school year, Expanded Learning is focused on stronger leadership, increased support, and clear growth pathways to ensure a seamless, continuous learning day from the regular school day into after school and intersessions. We've made strong investments in professional learning, including safety trainings, PBIS implementation, letters literacy development, continuous quality improvement for site leads, and enhanced community systems through Parent Square and Synergy. We have also deepened our instructional alignment by developing thematic VAPA and literacy units, ensuring community partners are aligned in safety, reporting, and student support practices. This work reflects our commitment to safety, connected environments, and high-quality, cohesive learning experiences for every student throughout the day.
This slide highlights our continued commitment to proactive safety and behavior support across the district through our Safety Care Training Program. So far this year, 66 staff members have been trained, either through the full 2-day safety care certification or in the de-escalation component of the program. In addition, 36 staff members have completed their recertification, ensuring practices remain current and aligned with best standards. Our board certified behavior analysts, BCBAs, certified trainers lead this work, equipping staff with practical, evidence-based strategies to prevent, de-escalate, and safely respond to challenging behaviors. The focus is always on protecting both the physical and emotional safety of students and adults. This training builds consistency across sites, reduces risks, and supports a positive, trauma-informed learning environment. Through training, recertification, and ongoing support, we are building strong, integral capacity to ensure long-term safety and consistency across our schools.
Pajaro Valley Unified School District professional learning for the SWAN Math curriculum aligns with Goal 2, foster ongoing learning opportunities for staff to enhance knowledge and strengthen collaboration in support of academic excellence. Through our partnership with SWAN Math, we are working to transform mathematics instruction by building teacher capacity through targeted professional development that deepens math content knowledge and strengthens instructional practices. We also plan to equip teachers with research-based tools and strategies to ensure consistent, effective grade level instruction while addressing gaps in student understanding. A total of 124 teachers are participating in this ongoing professional learning. Professional learning for administrators centers on empowering school leaders with ongoing support and actionable information to guide teachers as effective instructional leaders in mathematics. This work focuses on supporting daily implementation of math lesson design, using data to drive instructional decisions, and maximizing student growth. This also strengthens collaborative relationship between coaches and faculty. 15 administrators are participating in this process.
Good evening, PVUSD Board, Dr. Contreras, and community. I'm Dr. Liz de Vargas Almeida, the PVUSD Early Literacy Coordinator, and I'm happy to give you a short briefing on Goal 2, Professional Learning with Letters. In order to meet the needs of students and have the background necessary to provide evidence-based instructional practices, 220 of our teachers and 43 administrators are going through LETTERS, which stands for Language Essentials for Teachers of Reading and Spelling. 60% of teachers across the country lack the evidence-based structured literacy knowledge necessary to provide the deep literacy learning that students with various levels of need and skill require. By providing this education to our educators and administrators, they can collaborate together using the same literacy language and be able to use the universal screener data along with PLC meetings and letter strategies to apply the targeted needs to students. This slide shows a review of what participants learn in each unit. There are 4 units per year, 2 years of learning. Learning occurs via an online platform and an in-person training session per unit. In the fall, Science of Reading will be a part of the state literacy push to ensure that all students, TK through 5, have access to high-quality literacy instruction by 2029. This includes tutors, after-school support, and anybody in the classroom involved in literacy in any way, shape, or form, working with students TK through 5. PVUSD is ahead of the game, and that is something we should be proud of. Thank you.
This slide represents how our Early Childhood Education Division is strengthening instructional quality and program alignment. Currently, we are supporting 5 TK teachers to earn their credentials while maintaining high-quality classrooms, and our collaborative trainings are building consistent practices across programs to directly improve child outcomes in instruction, safety, and social-emotional development. This last Saturday, as an example, we had 44 instructional assistants, preschool teachers, and TK teachers join us in learning about inclusion with our current curriculum.
And now we arrive at goal 3, which is our goal built around climate, culture, and community, where we are creating safety and belonging for all students through engaging, inclusive, and relevant learning environments in collaboration with all educational community members.
All right, turning to student support services, our 2025-26 attendance campaign is yielding measurable progress. We recognize that attendance is a leading indicator of student success. Therefore, our primary focus has been ensuring every school is a welcoming, safe environment where students feel they belong. Beyond the academic benefits, this campaign is a critical fiscal strategy. By increasing our daily attendance now, we are directly strengthening our long-term stability. In addition to our attendance efforts, we remain fully committed to meeting and exceeding state and federal requirements regarding special education, safety, and student support services. Our approach goes beyond compliance. Whether we're navigating an IEP or a safety protocol, We do so through a lens of inclusion, respect, and dignity.
This is our Goal 3, Climate, Culture, and Community, with a focus on attendance. Here we are seeing encouraging progress district-wide, with attendance increasing from last year's end-of-year rate of 91.7% to a current year-to-date rate of 92.16%. While the growth may seem modest, it reflects consistent daily efforts across schools to strengthen routines, expectations, and family partnerships. On this slide, we see that our year-to-date chronic absenteeism rate is 22.49%, which is 3.11% lower than last year's end-of-year rate of 25.6%. This reflects meaningful progress in keeping students connected to school and reducing long-term disengagement. It shows that early interventions, family outreach, consistent follow-up, and monitoring truly make a difference. The next slide highlights that the attendance campaign continues to build on traditional values of responsibility, community pride, and daily commitment to school. Through all-in days, regular attendance committee meetings, and school recognition, we are reinforcing the message that showing up matters every day. These practices strengthen our school culture and remind students and families that the attendance is a shared community effort.
The suspension rate ultimately decreasing in number. Recent data in the California dashboard shows a peak in number of students who have received at least one suspension in the 23-24 school year. Since then, there has been a trend decrease in suspensions. In the 24-25 school year, the suspension rate was 4.6. That is a decrease of about 0.5%. As of February 17th of this school year, the suspension rate is 2.34%. This is a moment for celebration in that the current year-to-date rate for students with at least one out-of-school suspension is 2.6 lower than the previous year's end-of-year suspension rate. A contributing factor for the decrease in suspension rate is the implementation of restorative practice strategies at the site level. Starting in 23-24 school year, PVUSD has actively built capacity for staff use of restorative practices to improve positive school culture and provide alternatives to traditional and exclusionary discipline practices. To date, there are 53 site administrators who have completed formal training for the fundamentals of restorative practices and restorative conferencing. In addition, 28 schools have participated in restorative practice professional development as a complete staff. To maintain this momentum, PVUSD continues to provide ongoing site-level professional development related to building community and strengthening relationships, as well as incorporating restorative practice strategies within school classroom instruction. This will occur during the early release Fridays. PVUSD will also continue to provide targeted coaching for administrators and staff on relationship building, community development, and incorporating professional development strategies into discipline systems. Finally, we plan to increase administrator capacity by having administrators become certified restorative practice practitioners. This will support site administrators in providing professional development and coaching for their own staff.
Expanded Learning attendance recovery implementation this year helps with our attendance. It is a fiscal positive impact, recapturing eligible instructional minutes, protects district funding, supports ADA recovery. We are also thrilled of the impact that our attendance recovery plan and programs have on positive school climate and culture. It strengthens student and teacher relationships, creates structured academic support spaces for students after school. It increases students' connection and belonging at their school site and with their teaching staff of their school. It also is helping decrease learning loss. Students are exposed to a variety of standards aligned instruction, whether it be in our CTE Ag Science programs, our intervention reading programs, our homework support programs, or maybe a VAPA lesson. We're providing academic rigor and assisting in unfinished learning from the regular school day. We're thrilled for the progress we've made and look forward to continue the implementation this year.
We are proud to share that PVUSD is currently implementing significant community school grant funding across 24 of our sites. This is not a program. It is truly a whole child, whole family, whole community approach. By focusing on deep community engagement and shared decision-making, we are ensuring that the voices of our students and families aren't just heard, but they're actually driving the work that we do. What makes our model successful is how we integrate these grants with our existing frameworks. By weaving community schools model into our MTSS, PBIS, and social emotional learning efforts, we are providing a truly personalized support system. We aren't just looking at academics in a vacuum, rather we're addressing behavioral and emotional barriers that often stand in the way of a student's success. Ultimately, this initiative is about removing barriers, whether it's through strong local partnerships or improved school climate. We're fostering an environment of resilience, opportunity, and belonging, and building schools that serve as the heartbeat of their neighborhood. At the heart of our 24 community schools is a commitment to engagement and action. We're not just holding meetings, we're building a trust-based system rooted in respect and competence and integrity, and that begins with inclusive and shared decision-making. We've brought staff, parents, students, and our partners to the same table, ensuring that the direction of each school is shaped by those who live and work there every day. We are intentionally moving our district from a transactional relationship with families where we simply provide a service to transformation. This means elevating student and family voice by recognizing their presence and their power. We aren't guessing what they need. We are using an effective, systematic process to listen. Our community school teams are conducting deep needs assessments, analyzing real-time data across academic performance, wellness, and school culture. To ensure the success of our 24 community schools, we have invested heavily in the professional capacity of our community schools specialists. These lead practitioners don't work in silos. They participate in a bi-weekly community of practice. This is done in strategic partnership with Heartwise Learning and other specialists from around Santa Cruz County. This collaborative environment allows our team to share best practices, problem solve in real time, and stay at the forefront of the community school movement. Critically, this work is tightly aligned with our site leadership. Our community school specialists and principals engage in joint quarterly sessions specifically designed to sharpen their shared leadership skills. This ensures that the fully integrated into the core operations and the culture of the school. When the principal and the community school specialists move in lockstep, the impact on student belonging and family engagement is amplified. Our ultimate goal is to ensure PVUSD students graduate as thriving adults. And to get there, we are advancing innovative standard-based learning that reflects our students' unique strengths and interests and talents. And it's another key community schools transformative strategy. This is how we prioritize our students' own vision for their own future and meaningful participation. We believe that student voice should drive systemic change and not just serve as a suggestion. Through our superintendent, student advisory, and inner high council, we receive critical, unfiltered feedback from our students. This year, that input has been transformative. Student advisory members are instrumental in shaping and updating district policies regarding homework expectations and mobile device usage. They're helping to build a learning environment that works for the modern student. Finally, we continue to champion the role of our student trustee on the board By ensuring student perspectives are integrated into the highest levels of governance, we are modeling the civil engagement we teach in our classrooms. When we elevate student voice, we aren't just listening, we are co-creating a better district.
Now we have goal 4, fiscal responsibility, where we are implementing effective and transparent resource management with a focus on shared decision-making and equitable resource allocation that responds to the needs and priorities of students and leverages community resources.
Good evening. I'm Gerardo Castillo, the district's CBO. Goal number 4, fiscal responsibility. This mid-year review highlights our progress towards Goal 4, which focuses on transparent resource management and equitable allocation that directly reflects support to our student needs. We are ensuring that every dollar reflects our district's priorities, and all of us are responsible for supporting our students. Strategic leadership and transparency. We have taken significant steps to demystify district finances for our community. Between October and November 2025, our team presented financial realities at every school site in both English and Spanish. Proactive reporting. All critical documents, including narrator actions and interim reports, are now provided to the board and public well in advance on meetings to ensure clarity. Resource alignment. We are managing one-time funds by investing in leaders. This is a staff development program to drive student achievement. Facilities and public trust. The passage of the $315 million bond is a powerful vote of confidence from our community. Optimizing spaces, something we need to do in our district. A recent study identified 152 underutilized portable classrooms. Our approved facility master plans guides 20 different projects across the district. We successfully sold $80 million in bonds to fund facility upgrades, including the new art centers at Pajaro Valley High School. Measuring progress. Projects are already underway at sites ranging from Bradley Elementary School to Watsonville High School. Investing in people and infrastructures. Fiscal responsibility also means maintaining the human and physical capital that keep us running. We purchased 10 new buses and implement tracking technology to improve safety and route efficiency. We added 7 new drivers, reinstated 9 previously uncertified drivers, and launched a new training program led by two dedicated instructors. Employee support. In January, we offered the district's first supplemental employment retirement plan that includes all our employees. We conduct 6 workshops and have over 260 individual counseling sections to help staff make informed decisions. Now, Mr. Bragg will discuss goal number 5.
Well, good evening. I'm delighted to share an update on human resources and some of the improvements that we've made since I've come on board in May. It's been such a pleasure working alongside such dedicated professionals who, certainly after the FIGMAT report, agreed and saw a need for our services to improve and really have come on board in reshaping what human resources can offer as a customer service department. Fundamentally, we are trying to improve all areas of departmental function while aligning our processes with the highest regard for customer service. Human resources is fundamentally built on the premise that our goal is to take care of the people so the people can take care of the kids. And it was apparent to me coming in that we needed to do a better job of providing customer service to our employees. When they come with questions, the answers need to be timely. If the questions are complex, we need to partner with internal resources and other departments to ensure that everybody is getting access to the information that they fundamentally need. We weren't doing that well because internally our own departments weren't aligned. And I think the best example of that is how payroll and benefits with HR have really come on board together to build a customer service hub. We call it the Employee Service Center. And when you come to the second floor now and you walk into HR, payroll, all the doors are open. Everybody on staff is excited to welcome anybody that walks in. And really, it's about making sure that no matter the question, whoever receives that person sees that support through to the end, whether they have an HR question that relates to payroll, whether that then has to go to curriculum instruction or come back again, whether we have to partner with people at the county or even people at CalSTRS or PERS. And I think that's what I'm most proud of in the last 10 months or so that I've been here, is seeing the drive towards really we are here in service of children. Our best way to do that is to be in service of our employees. Now, with regard to position control, this is really work that got started long before I got here with Angelica Renteria, our interim assistant superintendent, the good work of Dr. Gutierrez and the HR team, and certainly in partnership with our fiscal department, and Alexis Persley and Gerardo Castillo have been phenomenal in partnering with us to make sure position control is tight. And that's one of the most critical areas of human resources department in partnership with fiscal, is to make sure that position control is well monitored, that the data is up to date, that errors have been reduced, and that there's greater transparency. There's no ignoring the fact that this is a very, very difficult year with layoffs, and in order to move through that process as humanely and swiftly as possible, we really needed position control to be in good shape. That continues to be the case, and while these difficult decisions have to be made, it's allowed us to be very specific about what positions and who essentially is affected in those positions, and the obligation for the district to do that well is very, very high, and we respect that because this is human work that we do. I'm delighted to continue to keep this at the forefront. For a district our size, it's something that can't just be something that you work on and improve situationally. It has to be something that functions at a very high level every single day and every single year. And our partners with the county have been phenomenal in providing training to my staff. That training partners with payroll and benefits through our fiscal department. And so what we're seeing now, a year and a half out, is a much cleaner system, much more accurate system that is ultimately doing a better job of fiscal management and resource allocation across the district. As the board and the community are aware, there was a FIGMAT report, and one of the leading concerns in that FIGMAT report was around leadership. And I've been delighted to see our departments step up and really lead in their work, and that's inclusive of our director of certificated, and that's inclusive of all of the analysts and techs and our employees that serve in HR that really wanted to own their work. Here's some highlights of where that's happening with regard to our own internal communication, how we're managing certain tasks like leaves, partnering with the county for training, increased cross-training amongst our staff. And then really, I spoke to it in the previous slide, that partnership with business services, because the role of HR and business services, it's inextricable. We both depend on each other for good employee management, and I've been delighted to see that relationship grow so strongly. In one particular area I want to highlight, we've done a phenomenal job increasing district-wide evaluation completion. That's been an area of struggle, especially on the certificated side of the house, and our evaluations are much more up to date. They are much more aligned to the California standards for the teaching profession. And ultimately, I think it's benefited both administration and teachers in having a collaborative process to improve student outcomes and ensure that students are receiving high quality education, and having a strong document that helps guide that collaborative conversation between the supervisor and the teacher is one of the best ways you can do that in an organization. And so we're delighted about that and very proud of those changes. And then the last thing that I'll highlight, and I won't spend too much time here because it's been highlighted in the past, is our partnership with Inform K-12. In every district that I've worked in previously, Inform K-12 was the tool. It's a phenomenal tool in ensuring data flow and workflow is aligned across the entire organization. When a particular situation occurs, like a teacher needs to go on leave, or we need to look at a replacement position for a recruitment, there are so many different people that have to touch that process. And when you have something like an Inform K-12, it allows that process to move forward and be timely while still ensuring that everybody that has a piece of that is well informed and is essentially signing off that, yes, this is the right next step in the process. Talked about strong position control in the previous slide, and this is a perfect example of where budget, need, program, recruitment all start to intertwine in order to ensure wherever you land at the end of the day with that recruitment, all the right voices were heard along the way. We'll continue to use Inform K-12, and in fact, we continue to expand our use of Inform K-12 into other areas to help system-wide alignment. And here are just a few examples of the comprehensive ways that we have integrated Inform K-12 into workflows. And as you look down through the bulleted list, you can start to see how an organization that has this level of alignment ends up with very clean data, ends up with very clean system management, because everything is brought into the system in a clear and articulated way.
We want to hear from you. This is Chrissy McLean reminding you that last month you heard about the bigger story through the mid-year LCAP report, looking at bigger data. Tonight, you are graced with hearing about all the day-to-day work and the implementation of the strategies and the small moves and the big moves that are making a difference in our students' lives. So that is all in the LCAP, and we do want your feedback. We want to hear from you. We want your voice. Scan the QR code. Alrighty then. Good evening.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment cards? This would be for 9.1. Nope. Okay. Again, this is a report and discussion, so there's no motion to be taken. Would any trustees like to make comments?
I have a comment.
First hand I saw was this side, Trustee Navarro. Typically, I look that way, but.
So I might have to have you go back because that was a lot of information. Can you go back to the DNF? First of all, thank you for that very informative and lengthy presentation. Actually, you can start here. I have some questions on this too. Can you explain or account, so first of all, I just want to make sure I understand the abbreviations. Is BOY beginning of year? Okay, because we don't all know the acronyms. And BM1 means what?
Benchmark 1.
Benchmark 1, what is?
Right, Claudia?
And that refers to what exactly?
So benchmark, those are the district marking windows, like benchmark, where are you on the learning continuum for the year?
Okay. So
an assessment.
Got it. So how do you account for the huge variabilities amongst the schools in regards to the same curriculum being implemented?
So the sites that are up there are actually at different levels or different timelines of implementation. I feel like it died. Did it die? Okay, no, I'm back. They're at different levels of timeline implementation and different levels of implementation. So we do have some folks that we're having a little bit of a struggle getting the online assessment done for some of the upper grade kids. There is, for that assessment, there is a multiple choice, but then there's also an open-ended piece that kids have to do. So it requires a little bit more hand grading. So those are one of the things that we looked at in terms of maybe needing to adjust our windows for next time. I don't know why it keeps going out. Hello. So that'll be one of the things that we look at for next time in terms of allowing that extra time for people to get everything graded and in.
Going forward, and unfortunately I know you're not going to be here, but whoever assumes your role, looking at data like this is actually really confusing and misleading because you're comparing apples to oranges. So it'd be nice to know where, you should be comparing, in my opinion, school programs that are on the same timeline, because otherwise it doesn't really make a lot of sense.
So our STEAM director, I'll make sure Deepika knows that so that she can redo those for next time.
Or at least have some indication of where everybody is in the process.
Yeah.
Well, I want to note too that for us, when we're reviewing data, we're looking at school progress. So we're not necessarily comparing school to school. We want to look at overall growth for our students, where they started at the beginning of the year, which is why we do the beginning of the year assessment. And then are they making growth throughout the year? So it's not always a comparative,
but every one of
apple
those,
to apple.
Every one of those slides had a comparison on them about which school is doing the best.
No, it's more of where are we seeing highlights that maybe we could learn from. So it wasn't where are they doing the best, it's where did we see the most growth from beginning of the year to the benchmark. So it wasn't necessarily a best, it was a most growth, whoa, this was explosive growth, what's happening there? We should go and study that because there's maybe some learning to be had.
Okay. Just some of that information would be a little helpful in the future. This slide really disturbs me. And what I continue to see happening is, I've seen this with my own students. Luckily, they're not getting D's and F's, but putting zeros in for assignments is still an ongoing problem. And there doesn't seem to be a consistent directive from the district or site administrators to not do that. And, unfortunately, when I look at the D and F rates, that to me means there's something either drastically going wrong with the student or something drastically going wrong with their education or their inability to make up some of these assignments. So what is the district doing, and this might be a question for Dr. Contreras, to address this and making sure we're being consistent across the district?
Well, as we mentioned, the GRIT process and our work with the CalEd partners is specifically around that. The first step is to acknowledge and look at the data, acknowledge where we're at. And when some of the practices of CalEd partners is to really look at our gradebook. How are we assigning value to the areas in which our students are expected to perform? right? And so one of the promising practice that we're doing with that is really looking at the grade book and trying to increase the formative assessments and provide reteach and retake opportunities and make that 90% of the grade, rather than make it a 0 if they don't turn something in, or not have the opportunity to retake after being retaught and addressed. So the promising practice there is really, A, looking at the data that we have and not being okay with this. And then the next piece is to, where do we insert ourselves? How do we look at our student work and support students to then show mastery later on?
So what are we going to do with this cohort of students now? Like, what is the timeline for doing something about it and implementing
We're
it?
going to need to move on pretty soon. It's getting close to 10:30.
Okay.
Well, and just really quickly,
send you
that's
some
where
more
the grit process comes in, because that is the immediate response to this data, these data.
Do you want to make a motion first?
Yes, and then if that gives Trustee Navarro a little bit more time, because I like where she was going with that. I have to, don't shoot the messenger, make the motion. I'm really sorry, everybody, to extend the meeting until
Say midnight, but we're probably done at 11.
midnight.
I'll second that motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Was that, okay, I think that's 6001.
And that's also on us, because we did such a long presentation there for it. So
But it was fabulous information. We wanted to hear it.
We're the ones, yeah.
Can I give you some feedback on that presentation? Because I teach video, man, and good. 50% video, 50% audio. You lost me on audio. All right. Can I go with my questions now?
This is new, so give people a break. Yes, go ahead, Trustee Medina.
Actually, you could take Cabrillo video courses 414 for free and professional development. But, I mean, this is what happens when we get rid of video production, right? So, all right. My question is, so in 2023, how much did we spend on iReady, which was a math support program, correct? Yep.
I think it was around 1.3 million.
1.3 million? And then why did we switch over to Swan, and how much does that cost?
Do you want, so SWAN was a program, a math curriculum program that we brought in, that Dr. Contreras had success with in her previous district.
Of course.
And so we brought it into the elementary, and it does go through 8th grade. So we had 3 schools that, well, Cesar Chavez was the first one in the first year. And then this school year, Lakeview and EA Hall were also brought in to use SWAN. And the cost for that, I'd have to go and look that up. I don't have the exact number for that, but the cost of SWAN includes the materials plus the professional development that iReady does not have.
Okay. Do you know, like, an estimate how much Swan would be? I mean, if it was at the superintendent's previous school, do you have an estimate of how much that cost?
Gerardo's going to try and look it up right now. And it's slow.
All right, no, that's fine. Okay, cool, thank you on that. And the only reason we made that switch was just because the superintendent wanted to switch over to Swan, is that it? Or iReady was phasing out?
No, it's not that iReady was phasing out. We were looking at our data, and we noticed that math data was extremely low across all of our middle schools and, well, our elementary schools as well. So I think when she was hired on, math was one of the tasks that she needed to focus on, and so that's how it came in.
Got it. And would you say did the iReady prepare students, do you feel, or?
So,
'cause I know we need a lot of help in math, so.
the data at the time wasn't showing it.
It wasn't showing it, okay. Got it, thank you. Let's see. I think that's all. I was just really curious about the price tag from Swan, if I could get that actually get it in a BC, because I still haven't got my BC about the other one.
I think you're going to get it right now.
Yeah, Once Gerardo gets it, but I also want the superintendent to do some work and send me that number. Thank you.
So we had a number. So in 24-25, we spent 119, and this year so far we have spent 643. To SWAM, but I think part of the big portion of that is the staff development that is paid directly to teachers, and I don't have that information because a big portion of the highest cost is the training and the staff development. So this year we have paid to SWAM, like about 643,000.
643,000?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. And how much more are you anticipating on spending on SWAN?
That's the total we will spend. Like I said, on SWAM it's about 643,000 for the year, but the biggest portion is staff development.
The staff development portion.
Yeah, the biggest chunk out of that money does go to the staff development piece. In terms of projection for next year, right now, the elementary school is elementary teachers we have a group that's participating in a math pilot. So it's between Bridges and Paradigm because SWAN has been adopted under the name Paradigm by CDE. So depending on how that pilot goes and which curriculum teachers decide to go with will determine how much money is spent on math for next year.
Got it. And have teachers who have done iReady and SWAN, is there a preference that you've heard of, or are one liking one better than the other?
There's diehards for both.
There's diehards for both,
So,
okay.
yeah, but right now we're focusing on getting the elementary pilot set.
Okay.
And then I believe the middle school would be following.
Got it. All right, cool. Thank you.
Trustee Flynn?
Thank you for trying. I do want to acknowledge and appreciate that we are trying to make accommodations for administration too, because these meetings do go late. I'd love when they come on to say who they are. Yeah. Because it allows me. And then I bet it was really fun for those of you who were recorded listening to yourselves. So goal 3, that's my jam. And I appreciate all of the work in restorative practices, and I want to call out that there was a reduction in the suspension, so that's great. I feel like just as, talking points, thinking forward, how you're planning, getting to the root cause of why restorative practices need to be in place in the first place. So I feel like there's another step that could be taken, and some anti-bias training to really understand why students are ending up in suspension. I think that would lower it, and then coupled with the restorative practices as well. But I'm glad to hear that those suspensions are down, because we know from last time that those are our Black students, and they really deserve to be understood, not after the fact, but during. So that was my main thing. Thank you.
Trustee Carrasco?
What I would like to see is for us to highlight and celebrate the growth of the different schools and wherever they did really, really good. And I would love for us to show that to the community, because nobody's up right now who has kids, but they probably do have kids in these schools. So I would love to see post emails, even Parent Square flyers, something that shows, Freedom did this, Rolling Hills did this, so that they could see the positive that's going on in the school district. That would be awesome.
One thing that Alejandro and I were just talking about today is getting like a good news crew together to start systematizing that stuff.
Yeah. And FYI, I heard Watsonville Boys and Girls won, and also Aptos. More good news.
Trustee Flores, did you have a comment?
Just to say thank you to the staff for working on this. This is our, mid-year review. I look forward to seeing all of our little increments of improvements. I look forward to that every time we get one of these reports. I agree with what a lot of my colleagues up here said as far as presentation goes, making it maybe a little more clear. And also, the technical difficulties, but I appreciate that we're trying something new and that we're able to hear more voices. But yes, I look forward to seeing continued improvements.
I have just a couple of comments. I really appreciate the strong professional development that the district is focusing on, and I think we can attribute that to our superintendent for making that a priority. I also appreciate that, at least in HR, we're trying to go paperless, and we don't have to have all of those aisles and aisles and aisles of cabinets full of paper that nobody's looked at since 1985 or something like that. And I also appreciate that sometimes we try something. We all try different things in our lives, and sometimes it doesn't work. And to be able to pivot quickly and say, this isn't working, can we modify it a little bit, or is it just time to pivot and try something different? And I feel like we are seeing successes in our most recent pivots as far as the SWAN math and the language arts programs that we've recently started, and the letters training that we're doing. Thank you.
Trustee Turley, if I could add one thing.
Trustee Medina.
12 decibels. That's as far up as you want your volume to peak. No lower, no higher. And second, the next presentation, since you did video this time, the next one I want interpretive dance. Thank you.
I'll sing.
Don't want me to do that.
I think I'd be more entertained with that.
Now, I think Medina does the dance, I'll do the singing. I hear your training.
I heard
With that
someone
poll.
suggest, forgive me.
I'm sorry. I should stay focused, but yes.
I heard someone say too, if you're able to add closed captions, that might be helpful. I heard some.
We teach that in my video class. Just let me know.
I think as people watch this on YouTube, you can turn YouTube on to do that, right? To close.
Sometimes it's too low to grab the caption. You're going to run into
With this. Okay, got it. But generally, I think you can do that. I believe that moves us on to 9.3, board listening session, implementation timeline, and next steps. So we have a couple things going on. All of the comments that have been received so far, except two that I haven't quite added, which I had hoped to have done yesterday, but things came up. But I will do it tomorrow. And then, do we want to just go ahead and post that on the board section of the webpage? Do you want me to send it to each of you first so you can say, oh my God, it's obvious you used AI, and which I did with the things that were handwritten. I took pictures. The other stuff is things that people actually typed into the survey. What do people think? You want me just to finish it, have the district post it, or you guys want to look at it for a minute first? Okay. I will blind copy send it to the 6 of you. We'll wait for a day or two if you have comments, and then we'll have it posted. Is that acceptable? No.
I think that we just should have the raw data. That's what we said we were going to do, and
that's
just
what
put
it's
it
gonna
out
be.
there. Yeah, that's just.
Well, I don't think we ought to touch anything that people typed in, but the things where I took a picture and had AI turn it into words, I looked at all of them except the last couple sections. But
Just means reviewing it just to make sure it's accurate before we push it out.
Okay.
I'll give you 2 days and then we'll post it. How's that?
Okay. The other thing I'd like to just call out, because people have been talking about this, I've been receiving emails, and so I want to apologize to the public for not being able to talk about this more. and explain where we are, because there's been a misunderstanding about how this data is being collected and used, especially since we've made these decisions after receiving data. So I want to try my best to better explain that gathering this information from these listening sessions is going towards a larger project, and that's creating the vision and values so that we can get to the goals and guardrails. We started this in November. I hoped to have been done in January, but it's really important to me that that we reach all the corners of the entire district. I don't want one group to be overrepresented or underrepresented, and so I've pushed to have this extended so that we can make sure that we really are getting a portion of everybody. So we have the QR code up. I know this is like the third QR code that you've seen. So I ask you to send it widely. We will have two more listening sessions, and they're going to be Zoom, and then we're going to close it up. So we don't have the dates yet for that because I haven't been able to talk to my colleagues publicly. So I'm hoping that we might be able to get that on the calendar tonight and then move forward with goals and guardrails or vision and values, right? Yeah, okay. So that being said, we need we need one in Spanish that I cannot host. I can help support, but that would be to our Spanish speakers. And so I hate to look to you, my Spanish speaking colleagues, for possible dates.
When is our next board meeting?
The 11th.
The 11th.
March 18th, sorry.
Oh, March 18th, okay.
So we could do also a Saturday. So does anybody have any thoughts about dates?
I can do.
I look to you too.
Oh, I'm just suggesting that, this type of stuff can be done through email. I don't know that we need to take up.
We just don't do it. The problem is we don't get it done. Sorry, I'll say that. The problem is we don't get it done, and that's why we're here all the way in almost March. And
Can we send out a doodle so that maybe Danny can participate in that too? To come up with some times that there's at least 2 or 3 of us that we can do it?
I'm going to press that we get dates right now.
Does it have to be on the Saturday?
No, it can be any time.
Okay.
Any time. Yeah, it's Zoom.
I think for this, I think Sunday afternoons would be better. Yeah, because Saturday there's people go to church, they go watch their kids play soccer, whatever it is.
Okay. I mean, it could be a weekday too, but we're trying to.
Wednesdays work for me.
Okay.
Yeah, because we don't have our board meetings.
Okay.
Yeah.
A weekday? Yeah. So, and we could conduct both of them at the same time too. We could have like 2 separate ones happening at the same time.
Only if we have 2 separate Zoom accounts, because if we're using mine, I can only do one at a time, but maybe the district can set one up for us. Okay.
So does the 11th work for you, Trustee Carrasco? for Spanish?
Yes.
Okay.
March 11th, yeah.
Any chance the 11th works for Trustee Navarro? Yes. Evening.
No. Does that work for you? Would you be open to doing that?
On the mic.
I have a listening session every day I go to the Las Lomas market, so I'll let y'all handle it.
It's just to support Trustee Carrasco because she has to be, I mean, I could do it. I just can't speak Spanish.
Yeah. No, I'm not available on my calendar. Sorry.
If it's Zoom, Jessica, I can do it. I can do it with you on the 11th.
Thank you. And then Trustee Turley, do you want to do one with me?
I would love to do one with you.
Do you want to do one on the 15th?
15th, yeah, I can do that.
Or, yeah.
All right. We can figure out time.
Okay. All right. Just as long as we have that, and then we could put it out to
the world.
The world. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Thank
Excellent.
you, everybody, for your support.
The other thing we have coming up is on March 28th, we have our Goals and Guardrails training, which I think starts at 9 in the morning till 4 or 5. And the plan is to have that at the district office boardroom.
Just for the record, I'm working that day. Thank you.
Okay, so that concludes that item. Oh, we didn't have any cards, you only have 10s, right? Okay, so that moves us on to 10, consent agenda. Would anyone like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Trustee Turley?
Yes, Trustee Navarro.
Can I move to approve the agenda with pulling item 10.39?
1039. Community Advisory Committee, and do you want to pull it and remove it, or you just want to have it separate?
I just want to pull to discuss.
Understand. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
I second.
So this motion is approving the agenda with that one item pulled. All those in favor signify by saying aye. 1039 is pulled. Oh, we do. Okay, thank you. I forgot. All right. Okay, we do have public comment. Would you like to call those 4 or 5 cards that you have?
Even though they're different ones, they can speak to us.
Yes, they should speak to all of them.
Mads Riamolto, you had 3.9. Roxana Villanueva, 10.37. Roxana Villanueva, 10.35, and Roxana Villanueva, it says 10.9. I think that might be 10.39. I'm not sure. Is there 10.9?
Okay. So I think maybe you're the only one who's in the room. But we'll have a public comment on it now.
I'm sorry you're all here again so late. I just wanted to take a moment and say that I'm really excited that we've got the Community Advisory Committee on here for you to approve. Heather's been a great partner in really shifting how the Community Advisory Committee works. When I first started participating, it was a lot of the district presenting to people who dialed in, which is not what it's supposed to be. It's really intended to be a dialogue. And it has increasingly become that. And so Heather's been a big part of that, and we're seeing more and more parents participate And that's just been great. I also invite you all, I know you've got so many meetings, but if you would like to join at some point, there's a lot of things that I think would interest you and that you'll hear. Parents praising the great work of so many people who go above and beyond at the district is something we hear at almost every meeting. Parents struggling with getting their children's IEPs met is also something we hear at every meeting. Parents wanting to support more inclusivity, and I thank you, Dr. Contreras, for supporting work around that, and again, Heather, for the work that you're doing to support that as well. And then, obviously, a lot of parents concerned about not just next year, but the changes that are happening in the middle of the school year, and how you're going to adequately account for that. So please join us, but also I encourage you to approve this, because it really allows us to continue to support the district in being more effective.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the table to approve all but 1039 and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Was that a abstention? Okay, so that's 5011.
I had to read something out.
You're right. All right, so that brings us to the one item that was pulled, which is 1039.
Can I explain why I pulled it?
Yes.
So, thank you, Heather. The reason I wanted to pull this is because I didn't want it to get quickly pushed aside. I wanted to make sure that parents knew about this opportunity to be on this committee. I know we have a lot of changes going on in our special ed department, and so I do think it's important to have some representation from the board. So I would like to put myself out there and whoever else wants to join. But I would encourage any parents with or without special ed students to come and make their voices heard, because that's the only way we get meaningful change. So thank you.
Thank you. So no questions about that.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve 10.39?
I'll make a motion to approve.
And a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. That looks like 6001.
Can I ask a clarifying question really quick?
Please.
I'm assigned to CAC for the committees. And the last one that I was at, we talked about adult school. Is there a separate SELPA one? Because I didn't see that meeting on my calendar, and I think I was assigned to that as well.
Sorry, yes, we have a monthly CAC meeting, and typically it's online. We send out through Parent Square the notices, but I can, give them to you directly too. Our next one's going to be a hybrid meeting where we're going to be looking at some data and also looking at survey results for a survey that went out to parents.
Is that the one that Nancy Bilasich ran?
No. So typically, Mads is on our board.
Okay.
And Karina, and I'm there, so Nancy is.
Because I was in that whole meeting waiting for us to talk about SELPA, and I was just like, okay, that's it. So,
March 10th is our next meeting.
Eva, can you make sure that's on my calendar? Yeah? Okay, cool. All right, thank you. Sorry about that, Mads. Adult school's doing great, though, so I heard that good report, so that's good.
There are a couple CACs and PACs and DACs. It's confusing.
There too, huh?
Yeah.
That's right. Okay, cool.
We have multiple CACs.
Y'all need to categorize these acronyms.
Oh, the acronyms. Okay, I think Trustee Flynn has something that she needs to read out for us.
Some exciting news. PVUSD is pleased to announce the selection of Josh Phillips as the new permanent principal of Ansoldo Elementary. Joshua Phillips is a bilingual educator leader with extensive experience in both classroom instruction and school administration across diverse urban and suburban settings. He has been serving as the interim principal of Ansoldo since September of this year. Before that, he served as the coordinator of research, accountability, and assessment for PVUSD. His work on the Alice District Safety Team and Teaching and Learning Committee underscores his commitment to safe, data-informed, and student-centered learning environments. During his educational career, Joshua has served as an assistant principal at Calabasas Elementary, Aptos Junior High, and Walter Colton Middle School, where he led PBIS and wellness initiatives, coordinated site-level instruction and student supports, and played a critical role in staffing, scheduling, and academic planning. Joshua holds a master's in educational leadership and policy studies from CSU Northridge, a clear administrative service credential, and a bachelor's in history with a minor in Latin American studies from UC Santa Barbara. We are excited to welcome Josh to his permanent role as principal of Ansoldo. Go All-Stars.
And with that, our meeting concludes at 10:41 p.m. Thank you, everyone, for sticking around with us.